सुर में गाना सीखिए पाधानीसा ऐप के साथ AI powered personal music teacher from Saregama. सुर में गाना सीखिए पाधानीसा ऐप के साथ AI powered personal music teacher from Saregama.
वो नहीं आने वाले वो बेवफा छलावत की
तुम्हें बुलाते हैं तुम्हें कभी भी वो जमाई नहीं
नहीं बेटा प्यार में
ढल जाए रे जवानी तेरे प्यार में तेरे चक्कर में दूसरी पताई नहीं तेरे चक्कर में दूसरी पताई नहीं तेरे चक्कर में दूसरी पताई नहीं
अरे 3 बार बोल दिया अब आगे बढ़ो
సిన్నబ్బాయి ఆ సిండు వాటర్ అందుకో రంగభూమికి అభివందనం రసిక మహాజనమందరికి సుస్వాగతం సమయం ఏడైంది సాయంత్రం వేడయింది చల్లగాలి సెకిలిగింతలు పెడతాంది ఆ పక్క మంచం మీద మా దాసుబావ ఈ పక్క కుర్సీలో కత్తిలాంటి కుర్రాడు ఆసీనమైన యాల మా రమోల డాన్సింగ్ పార్టీ వారి అభినయ హేళ రచ్చలేపితే పోలా
ఓ రమోలా ఈ పిల్లకు కూడా చీర కడితే పోలా
Lip 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Lip 1, 1, 2, 3. Let's. Lip 1, lip 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Lip 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Lip 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Lip 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Lip 3. Spare mic 1, 2, 3, 4. Spare mic 1.
Yeah. Other side. Yeah.
And DRS like check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. That's the innings. Yeah. ډیر مبارک سه د ساوث افریقا په مقابل کې مو سیریز وګټئ او شپږ اتیا رنزه 50 بالا دا د ټول نه لوړ سټرایک ریټ د ساوث افریقا کم از کم 50 بالا دا څه رقم انینګز او ځانګړي توګه باندې هغه شپږیزې آرټسټیک سکسز.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. په لومړي سر کې هوټول هوادوال ته د دې سیریز مبارکي وایم. واقعا که وکتل شي څنګه سٹارټ چې موږ ته راکړل شو د ګربز د خوانه د ریاض د خوانه همداسې رحمت شاه چې کوم انینګز وکړو نو مغه وجه و چې ما ته میچ اسانه او کوچ زه ولېږلم ما ته ویلې کوشش وکړه چې سټرایک روټیټ کړي او اخر پورې لاړ شي څومره میچ چې ډیپ وړلی شي نو چې زه ګراوند ته لاړم پیچ مې وکتو بال ډېر ښه په بیټ راته نو همدا وجه ما کوشش وکړو چې زه اخر پورې لاړ شم او څومره زیات ټارګټ کېږي چې دوی ته کېدو همدا وجه ما خپل پازیټیو گیم وکړو کوم بال چې راته خپل زون کې راتلو هغه ما باونډري ته پاره وهو.
Well, you smashed him beautifully for any deliveries you received in your arc, and the fact that you were sent down to stay till the end was the reason why you performed so well. کوم ډیسپلین مو ډیر خوښیږي؟ بالینګ مو ډیر خوښیږي که بیټینګ مو ډیر خوښیږي؟
ویل چې زه اول نه انډر 19 نه مخکې زه اوپنر بیټسمین وم نو هغه نه وروسته مې بالینګ هم سټارټ کو چې کله مې انډر 19 ته سلیکشن کېدو ایز ا بالر زه سلیکټ شوم زیات فوکس په بالینګ و نو بیا مالته انډر 19 کې یو دوه موقع راغلی ایز ا بیټینګ کې نو بیټینګ کې ما ښه پرفارمنس وکړو همدا وجه وه چې بیا هغه د الراونډري کومه کرایټیریا چې هغه ما پوره کړه نو اوس زیات زه بیټینګ سره علاقه لرم او بیټینګ نه زه خوند اخلم.
Well, the fact that you were an opener in under 19 and then later on you became a bowler, and the fact that you were able to play that beautiful innings in the under 19 against New Zealand is the highlight of your wonderful skills. And now that you prefer doing batting, let me ask you, ته به ځان څنګه آوټ یې؟ ځان ته به څه رقم بال کیسې ځان آوټ کړې؟
دا خو کرکټ دی څه پکې نه شو ویلی هېڅ معلومات نه کېږي سړی په اول بال هم اوټېدی شي په منځ کې هم اوټېدی شي خو زما همیشه کوشش همدا وي چې زه څومره سټی وکړم پیچ باندې او څومره ټیم لپاره زه کولی شم چې زیات رنزونه وکړم چې هم ما لپاره او هم ټیم لپاره فایدهمند وي نو همدغه وجه څو انینګزونه د دوی خلاف چې ما کړي دي زما کوشش همدا چې زه تر اخر باله پورې لاړ شم چې اخر باله پورې لاړ شم هماغه کې کوم باونډري چې ما ته میلاویږي هغه زه باونډري ته ځم او که نه کوشش کوم چې سټرایک روټیټ کړم.
ډیره زیاته مننه. Well, he said that he prefers staying at the crease till the end and is the reason why he's been able to score so many runs against South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
ډیر مبارک سه د ساوث افریقا په مقابل کې مو سیریز وګټئ او شپږ اتیا رنزه 50 باله دا د ټولو نه لوړ سټرایک ریټ د ساوث افریقا په خلاف کم از کم 50 باله دا څه رقم انینګز او ځانګړي توګه باندې هغه شپږیزې آرټسټک سکسز.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. په لومړي سر کې ټول هیوادوال ته د دې سیریز مبارکي وایم. واقعا که وکتل شي څنګه سٹارټ چې موږ ته راکړل شو د ګربز د خوا نه د ریاض د خوا نه همداسې رحمت شاه چې کوم انینګز وکړو نو هماغه وجه وه چې ما ته میچ اسانه و کوچ زه ولېږلم ما ته ویلې کوشش وکړه چې سټرایک روټیټ کړي او اخر پورې لاړ شي څومره میچ چې ډیپ وړلی شي نو چې زه ګراوند ته لاړم پیچ مې وکتو بال ډېر ښه په بیټ راته نو همدا وجه ما کوشش وکړو چې زه اخر پورې لاړ شم او څومره زیات ټارګټ کېږي چې دوی ته کېدو همدا وجه ما خپل پازیټیو گیم وکړو کوم بال چې راته خپل زون کې راته هغه ما باونډري دپاره وهو.
Well, you smashed him beautifully for any deliveries you received in your arc, and the fact that you were sent down to stay till the end was the reason why you performed so well. کوم ډیسپلین مو ډېر خوښیږي؟ بالینګ مو ډېر خوښیږي که بیټینګ مو ډېر خوښیږي؟
ویل چې زه اول نه انډر 19 نه مخکې زه اوپنر بیټسمین وم نو هغه نه وروسته مې بالینګ هم سټارټ کو چې کله مې انډر 19 ته سلیکشن کېدو ایز ا بالر زه سلیکټ شوم زیات فوکس په بالینګ و نو بیا مالته انډر 19 کې یو دوه موقع راغلی ایز بیټینګ کې نو بیټینګ کې ما ښه پرفارمنس وکړو همدا وجه وه چې بیا هغه د الراونډري کومه کرایټیریا چې هغه ما پوره کړه نو اوس زیات زه بیټینګ سره علاقه لرم او بیټینګ نه زه خوند اخلم.
Well, the fact that you were an opener in under 19 and then later on you became a bowler, and the fact that you were able to play that beautiful innings in the under 19 against New Zealand is the highlight of your wonderful skills. And now that you prefer doing batting, let me ask you, ته به ځان څنګه آوټ یې؟ ځان ته به څه رقم بال کیسې ځان آوټ کړې؟
دا خو کرکټ دی څه پکې نه شو ویلی هېڅ معلومات نه کېږي سړی په اول بال هم اوټېدی شي په منځ کې هم اوټېدی شي خو زما همیشه کوشش همدا وي چې زه څومره سټی وکړم پیچ باندې او څومره ټیم لپاره زه کولی شم چې زیات رنزونه وکړم چې هم ما لپاره او هم ټیم لپاره فایدهمند وي نو همدغه وجه یو څو انینګزونه د دوی خلاف چې ما کړي دي زما کوشش همدا وي چې زه تر اخر باله پورې لاړ شم چې اخر باله پورې لاړ شم هماغه کې کوم باونډري چې ما ته میلاویږي هغه زه باونډري ته ځم او که نه کوشش کوم چې سټرایک روټیټ کړم.
ډېره زیاته مننه. Well, he said that he prefers staying at the crease till the end and is the reason why he's been able to score so many runs against South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Firebird.
Yeah, the logo is in front.
Yeah.
You can just fix this also.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Firebird. Hello. Yeah, but Vernon has it. I presume he's seen it on his phone, so I think he has the information. So just when he goes onto the clip, just let him know, and then he can obviously just check if he needs to check. But yeah, how long is that clip? Oh, thanks. Just so he knows as well when he's coming back into division. It's a slippy kind of surface. Ready? Oh, AMG. The big paws. Good to go.
Are you doing the spinners?
No, I'll be throwing to you. So what you need to tell them what a kind of word or something so they can go to that footage. I've got the information about spinners. So you want to talk about the power play stumps, don't you? You want to talk about the power play attacking the stumps?
We'll have a look at the surface.
Yeah.
And then I will say perhaps missing a trick with the new ball in hand, and then they can put it up.
Yeah.
And it's all the same.
Well, you tell me what. Yeah.
So I'll go.
You tell me what you see here
Yeah,
first,
so
and then
I'll go,
I can come back and say, the power play. You've been doing a bit of research in the power play. What have you seen?
Okay, cool.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Hello? Hi, mate. So the cue for bringing up the hawk will be, so Vernon's going to tell me what he sees on the surface, and I'm going to say then, and you've been doing a bit of research on bowlers in the power play, Vern, what have you learnt? And then you can, yeah, happy with that? Okay, let's do this. Another warm afternoon here in Sharjah. It's 38 degrees, and unfortunately for the players, there's absolutely no breeze whatsoever. Tough conditions, taxing on the minds and the body. We're on the same surface as the second ODI. It's pitch 2, it's rock hard, and I reckon it's got a lovely sheen. A little bit like old school Sharjah. Lovely sheen, and the ball should skid on. No real pace or bounce in the first 2 ODIs. Vernon Philander's alongside me. Vern, first of all, same pitch, what do you see?
Yeah, afternoon, Niall. I think if we look at this surface, Niall O'Brien, we also saw the other night there's not a blade of grass on the surface. We have seen towards the left hand the other night that the surface did take a bit of spin as the game progressed. So I do foresee that perhaps the captain winning the toss today. No, sorry guys, can we do that again quickly? Sorry.
Oh, good. Take your time. Take your time. Go again. Take your time. All good. Nice and slow. Another roasting afternoon here in Sharjah, 38 degrees. It's a little bit uncomfortable for the Irishman. There's no wind in the sky either, so it's going to be difficult. Taxing conditions for the 22 players on show. We're on the same surface, pitch 2. That was hard and true a couple of days ago. Not a great deal of bounce. There was a little bit of turn. 68 yards, the smaller boundary, 70 downtown, and over to my extra cover, 72 yards. Vernon Philander's alongside me. Vern, first of all, what do you see in the 22 yards?
Yeah, afternoon, Niall. I think it is a used surface. You make mention of that fact. For me, we have seen on Friday night, the further the game progressed and the longer those spinners did come into play, it did take a bit of turn later on. So I do foresee whoever wins the toss here today will perhaps look to have a bat first. For me, when you put that new ball in hand for me, I ask myself, what will make myself effective on the surface? I think you want to bring those stumps into play. I know I've been crying out about that fact. And I just think from a South African perspective, from time to time with that new ball in hand, they perhaps didn't group enough balls in an area to bring those stumps into play. So it's percentages. You know, when you play on a surface like this, conditions tell you what needs to happen out here. You want to bring those stumps into play. And for me, they just didn't group enough balls in a good area to bring those stumps into play.
You've been doing a little bit of research with the guys on Hawkeye. Have been working very hard, especially bowling in the power play. What have you seen?
Yeah, I mean, I make mention of the fact of those percentages. I think South Africa, with a new ball in hand, only managed to hit the stumps 12%. And that's a massive area of concern when you look at conditions and what conditions are offering up. However, you also have to give a lot of credit in the way that Afghanistan batters has been proactive in terms of negating South Africa to settle in on that plan. So they have been really, being proactive. They've hawked at the South Africans, dragged them shorter to make sure that they nullify those modes of dismissal, the danger modes of dismissals. We talked about it, LBW Bolt, and I think they have been absolutely brilliant.
Well, 14 of the 20 South African wickets to have fallen in this series, taken by spin. We reckon it's going to be a little bit similar to the game a couple of days ago. Last 10 day-night games here, Sharjah. Average first innings, 246. If you're South Africa, you might need a lot more because Afghanistan spinners are going to be difficult to face.
Happy with that?
Bit long, huh?
Sharjah Cricket Stadium has been Afghanistan's favourite hunting ground for years, and it was no different on Friday against South Africa in the second ODI. Having won the toss, they chose to bat on a flat track, with opener Ramanullah Gurbas scoring 105 to become Afghanistan's most prolific ODI centurion with his 7th ton.
Ramanullah Gurbas, 7th highest by any Afghan in one-day internationals.
Ramat Shah also contributed with a 50 as he put on a 101-run second wicket partnership with Gurbaz.
Elegance personified. I just enjoy every shot he plays.
Then an unbeaten blitz innings from Azmatullah Omarzai, wherein he smashed 86 runs from just 50 balls, ensured an imposing total of 311.
This is Azmatullah Omarzai's 50, his fastest.
South Africa started well, with skipper Themba Bavuma and Tony de Zorzi putting on 73 for the first wicket. But then Rashid Khan, celebrating his 26th birthday, came to the party and destroyed the Proteas' backbone with a fifer.
Rashid Khan has got his 5
He was assisted by Nangeala Karote's 4 wickets as they helped Afghanistan register an emphatic victory over South Africa, beating them by 177 runs to take an unbeatable 2-0 lead in the 3-match series.
A glorious, glorious, glorious day in the history of Afghanistan cricket.
Third and final ODI here in Sharjah between Afghanistan and South Africa. Richie Richardson is our match referee, looking great as always. Sir Temba Bavuma, good to see you. And Hashmatullah Shahidi is the home captain, a very happy home captain. 2 up in the series. Now, where's that coin? Have you spent it on your lunch?
In the pocket.
Well done. Give it a flick.
Tails.
Tails is the call. We've got a roller. Still going. Richie?
And it's ahead.
It's ahead. Hashmat, you've won the toss. I'm very happy, I say, with winning the toss. What are you going to do and why?
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Want to bet first. As I said in the first game, that in the daytime betting is easy. And it's hot also, so it's better we have betting first and put them under pressure.
How happy are you leading the series 2-0, and the way your team is playing has been very exciting?
Very happy. It's a big series win for us. So looking forward for today's game also, and we will try to carry on with same momentum and try to. This was a good message to the world also, that we can beat any side, and we are a good cricket side right now.
Back home in Kabul and Jalalabad, they've been watching the games on big screens. You're getting a lot of positive support from home?
Yeah, it's from day one. Since our cricket start, we have a lot of support back home. So everyone is supporting and cheering for us. Whenever it's our game, they leave their jobs and they go watch games and supporting us, cheering for us. And whenever we have a good win, so they all happy.
What about your team? Changes?
Yeah, we have 3 changes. Here you go.
There you go. Look at that. 3 changes. Who are they?
Farid Malik is in, Naveed Zadran is in, and Abdul Malik, debutant, he's opener, so he's in the side. Rashid and Fazal Haq and Riaz Hassan are not playing.
All the best. Thanks for your time.
So I keep this to remember.
Keep that. That's very good. I love that. I wish more captains did that. Thanks very much, Hashmat.
Thank you.
Temba?
Cheers, man. Good luck. All the best.
You're going to have a chase. It was difficult a couple of nights ago. How are you going to better it today?
Yeah, look, I mean, wicket looks a lot drier than it was in the second game, so probably second innings. After that new ball, probably will turn a bit more, so another challenge for us to front up as the batters. But I think now first with the ball, that's obviously our first assignment. We want to be a lot more creative in terms of taking wickets.
12% of your balls bowled in the power play would have hit the stumps. Is that somewhere maybe you've discussed with the bowlers?
Yeah, definitely a conversation that was had. We're always encouraging the guys to be hitting the stumps a lot more. It's obviously a big adjustment for our boys, considering what we bowl on back home, but there's definitely a conversation.
It was always going to be a difficult series, we all felt, with a slightly inexperienced side. Has it been tougher than you thought?
We expected it to be tough. I think the guys who haven't been here would have really got a proper sense of what it's like playing in these type of conditions. And I think, the learnings that we take from it, that will be most important, so that when those guys come here again in the future, they have a better understanding as to what they can do to be successful in these conditions.
What about your team? Any changes?
Team, only one change. Andrew Berger misses out, and we brought in an all-rounder in Andile Peshukwayo.
All the best, Captain.
Thank you.
Okay, the news from the middle is Afghanistan have won the toss. Hashmatullah Shahidi so happy they're going to bat first.
Sharjah Cricket Stadium has been Afghanistan's favourite hunting ground for years, and it was no different on Friday against South Africa in the second ODI. Having won the toss, they chose to bat on a flat track, with opener Ramanullah Gurbaz scoring 105 to become Afghanistan's most prolific ODI centurion with his 7th ton.
Ramanullah Gurbaz, 7th highest by any Afghan in one-day internationals.
Ramat Shah also contributed with a 50 as he put on a 101-run second wicket partnership with Gurbaz.
Elegance personified. I just enjoy every shot he plays.
Then an unbeaten blitz innings from Azmatullah Omarzai, wherein he smashed 86 runs from just 50 balls, ensured an imposing total of 311.
This is Azmatullah Omarzai's 50, his fastest.
South Africa started well, with skipper Themba Bavuma and Tony de Zorzi putting on 73 for the first wicket. But then Rashid Khan, celebrating his 26th birthday, came to the party and destroyed the Proteas' backbone with a fifer.
Rashid Khan has got his fifer.
He was assisted by Nangeala Karote's 4 wickets as they helped Afghanistan register an emphatic victory over South Africa, beating them by 177 runs to take an unbeatable 2-0 lead in the 3-match series.
A glorious, glorious, glorious day in the history of Afghanistan cricket.
South Africa determined to avoid conceding a whitewash, and Afghanistan on the other side of the coin absolutely determined to inflict one upon them. It really does have the makings of an outstanding game today. I've got Sean Pollock and Ahmed Fadai alongside me. Gentlemen, good afternoon to you. Yeah, Sean, first of all, South Africa defeats in those first 2 games. What can they possibly gain from this game now that the series has gone?
Yeah, I mean, they must be hurting. Surely they must be hurting in that camp. I mean, what can be gained? If there was no cricket that was going to be taking place after this, I think nothing would be able to be gained. It would just be about pride. But obviously they've got a series coming up against Ireland. It's 2 T20s, 3 one-day internationals. So they really need to try and find something. The key for me is, and it's scary to say in one sentence, is they've got to get competitive. It's not just about trying to win the game, it's just actually getting competitive first. That's the first point that they have to get right. They have to be confrontational, they have to be up there competing, and then they can see if they can get over the line. But at this stage, they've been totally outplayed. They've been put on the back foot by Afghanistan in the first 2 one-days, and they're definitely going to be having to come up with some different plans and different approach in this last outing.
Ahmed, same question to you, but from the other side of the fence, I guess, Afghanistan, a series win already in the bag. What can be gained by them?
Well, first of all, good afternoon, and taking cue from what Sean said, competitive. Afghanistan has been beyond competitive. So many positivities out of it. Azmatullah Omarzai clicking with the bat in his hand. He's done it back in under-19 World Cup against New Zealand, and he told me that he'd actually joined the national side as an opening batter when he started. That said, a fifer for Rashid Khan after some time, and the fact that they have defeated South Africa in a bilateral series is a big boost to their confidence moving forward into the Champions Trophy.
Yes, so many match winners for them over the course of these last 2 matches. I just made a list of them here. Faisal Haq Faruqi got 4 for in the first game. Ghazanfar got 3 for. And then in game 2, Gurbaz's 100. Ramat Shah's half-century. Azmatullah, who we've mentioned already with that blitzing innings. Rashid Khan, Karote. So many players have put their hands up in this series for Afghanistan so far. One of those players is Azmatullah Omarzai. A little earlier, Fidai caught up with him. Let's hear what he had to say.
ډیر مبارک سه د ساوث افریقا په مقابل کې مو سیریز وګټئ او شپږ اتیا رنزه 50 باله دا د ټولو نه لوړ سټرایک ریټ دی ساوث افریقا خلاف کم از کم 50 باله دا څه رقم انینګز او ځانګړي توګه باندې هغه شپږیزې آرټسټیک سکسز
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم په لومړي سر کې ټول هیوادوال ته د دې سیریز مبارکي وایم واقعا که وکتل شي څنګه سټارټ چې موږ ته راکړل شو د ګربز د خوا نه د ریاض د خوا نه همداسې رحمت شاه چې کوم انینګز وکړو نو مغه وجه و چې ما ته میچ اسانه و کوچ زه ولېږلم ما ته ویلې کوشش وکړه چې سټرایک روټیټ کړي او اخر پورې لاړ شي څومره میچ چې ډیپ وړلی شي نو چې زه ګراوند ته لاړم پیچ مې وکتو بال ډېر ښه په بیټ راته نو همدا وجه ما کوشش وکړو چې زه اخر پورې لاړ شم او څومره زیات ټارګټ کېږي چې دوی ته کېدو همدا وجه ما خپل پازیټیو گیم وکړو کوم بال چې راته خپل زون کې راتلو هغه ما باونډري ته پاره وهو.
Well, you smashed him beautifully for any deliveries you received in your arc, and the fact that you were sent down to stay till the end was the reason why you performed so well. Come discipline مو ډیر خوښیږي بالینګ مو ډیر خوښیږي که بیټینګ مو ډیر خوښیږي
ویل شي زه اول نه انډر 19 نه مخکې زه اوپنر بیټسمین وم نو هغه نه وروسته مې بالینګ هم سټارټ کو چې کله مې انډر 19 ته سلیکشن کېدو ایز ا بالر زه سلیکټ شوم زیات فوکس په بالینګ و نو بیا مالته انډر 19 کې یو دوه موقع راغلی ایز ا بیټینګ کې نو بیټینګ کې ما ښه پرفارمنس وکړو همدا وجه وه چې بیا هغه د الراونډري کومه کرایټیریا چې هغه ما پوره کړه نو اوس زیات زه بیټینګ سره علاقه لرم او بیټینګ نه زه خوند اخلم.
Well, the fact that you were an opener in under 19 and then later on you became a bowler, and the fact that you were able to play that beautiful innings in the under 19 against New Zealand is the highlight of your wonderful skills. And now that you prefer doing batting, let me ask you, ته به ځان څنګه آوټ یې ځان ته به څه رقم بال کیسې ځان آوټ کې
دا خو کرکټ دی څه پکې نشو ویلی هېڅ معلومات نه کېږي سړی په اول بال هم اوټېدی شي په منځ کې هم اوټېدی شي خو زما همیشه کوشش همدا وي چې زه څومره سټی وکړم پیچ باندې او څومره ټیم لپاره زه کولی شم چې زیات رنزونه وکړم چې هم ما لپاره او هم ټیم لپاره فایدهمند وي نو همدغه وجه یو څو انینګزونه د دوی خلاف چې ما کړي دي زما کوشش همدا وي چې زه تر اخر باله پورې لاړ شم چې اخر باله پورې لاړ شم هماغه کې کوم باونډري چې ما ته میلاویږي هغه زه باونډري ته ځم او که نه یې کوشش کوم چې سټرایک روټیټ کړم.
ډیره زیاته مننه. Well, he said that he prefers staying at the crease till the end and is the reason why he's been able to score so many runs against South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So one of the heroes there for Afghanistan on Friday night, Azmatullah Omarzai, 86 not out from 50 balls. That really was a fantastic innings from him. One of the heroes, because there were plenty more, and one of them, of course, another one, was Ramanullah Gurbas. His 7th one-day international 100, 105 he made. It really was a fantastic innings, just 110 balls. And Ahmed, he was at his best, wasn't he?
Absolutely. He said he backs his strings. He gets a ball, he smashes it without a doubt. He's one of the best that Afghanistan has gotten. It's the reason why he's got the most 100 for Afghanistan. And when he provides the platform, it's the reason why players like Azmatullah Omarzai can really cash it on. So he's really been very, very impactful for Afghanistan throughout these years.
Yes, terrific. Let's bear in mind, of course, he made a duck in the first game. That was him playing as a wicketkeeper batter, played as a specialist batter on Friday, and boy, did he take advantage of that. Fantastic effort from him. But, of course, he wasn't the only one who enjoyed himself against South Africa on Friday, because Rashid Khan, on his 26th birthday, he also had some fun as well, 5 for 19. And all that after it appeared that he'd suffered a very bad hamstring injury when he was batting. Sean Pollock, there's no end to the man's genius, is there?
A remarkable recovery. I mean, he's so reliable now, isn't he? And so consistent. And I mean, he's got that ability. It doesn't matter which team he comes up against. He's got that ability to dominate. Obviously got the ability to restrict the scoring rate because of his control that he possesses. And South Africa were guessing at stages there. They weren't sure which delivery was coming out next. And we've seen the tendency of him to target the stumps. And because he targets the stumps, if he does have you in a bit of a bother, there's a good chance you're going to be LBW or clean bowled, because those stumps he's looking to hit all the time.
Yes, he certainly enjoyed playing there on the surface on Friday. There's his pitch map, and exactly what Sean Pollock was talking about there, targeting the stumps and more often than not either hitting them or hitting the batter's pads. He really had a great time. 5 for 19 on his 26th birthday, and I'm sure he enjoyed that very much. So, Rashid Khan enjoyed the surface to bowl on Friday. Is he going to get the same surface, or Afghanistan going to get the same surface as they did for the previous match? Let's go out to Niall O'Brien and Vernon Philander and find out.
Another roasting afternoon here in Sharjah, 38 degrees. It's a little bit uncomfortable for the Irishman. There's no wind in the sky either, so it's going to be difficult. Taxing conditions for the 22 players on show. We're on the same surface, pitch 2, that was hard and true a couple of days ago. Not a great deal of bounce. There was a little bit of turn. 68 yards, the smaller boundary, 70 downtown, and over to my extra cover, 72 yards. Vernon Philander's alongside me. Vern, first of all, what do you see in the 22 yards?
Yeah, afternoon, Niall. I think it is a used surface. You make mention of that fact. For me, we have seen on Friday night, the further the game progressed and the longer those spinners did come into play, it did take a bit of turn later on. So I do foresee whoever wins the toss here today will perhaps look to have a bat first. For me, when you put that new ball in hand, for me, I ask myself, what will make myself effective on the surface? I think you want to bring those stumps into play. I know I've been crying out about that fact. And I just think from a South African perspective, from time to time with that new ball in hand, they perhaps didn't group enough balls in an area to bring those stumps into play. So it's percentages. You know, when you play on a surface like this, conditions tell you what needs to happen out here. You want to bring those stumps into play. And for me, they just didn't group enough balls in a good area to bring those stumps into play.
You've been doing a little bit of research with the guys on Hawkeye. Have been working very hard, especially bowling in the power play. What have you seen?
Yeah, I mean, I make mention of the fact of those percentages. I think South Africa, with a new ball in hand, only managed to hit the stumps 12%. And that's a massive area of concern when you look at conditions and what conditions are offering up. However, you also have to give a lot of credit in the way that Afghanistan batters has been proactive in terms of negating South Africa to settle in on that plan. So they have been really, being proactive. They've hawked at the South Africans, dragged them shorter to make sure that they nullify those modes of dismissal, the danger modes of dismissals. We talked about it, LBW Bolt, and I think they have been absolutely brilliant.
Well, 14 of the 20 South African wickets to have fallen in this series, taken by spin. We reckon it's going to be a little bit similar to the game a couple of days ago. Last 10 day-night games here in Sharjah, average first innings 246. If you're South Africa, you might need a lot more because Afghanistan spinners are going to be difficult to face.
Lots of interesting information there from Niall and Vernon, and what a statistic that was about South Africa only hitting the stumps 12% of the time with the deliveries they produced in the first 2 matches. They'll need to try and be a little bit straighter in this match, you would imagine. Well, it's time now to go out to the middle. Niall O'Brien, a little earlier, spoke to the 2 captains and the match referee. He's out there for the toss.
Third and final ODI here in Sharjah between Afghanistan and South Africa. Richie Richardson is our match referee. Looking great as always, Sir Temba Bavuma. Good to see you. And Hashmatullah Shahidi is the home captain. A very happy home captain. 2 up in the series. Now, where's that coin? Have you spent it on your lunch?
In the pocket.
Well done. Give it a flick.
Tails.
Tails is the call. We've got a roller. Still going. Richie?
And it's ahead.
It's ahead. Hashmat, you've won the toss. I'm very happy, I say, with winning the toss. So what are you going to do and why?
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Want to bat first. As I said in the first game, that in the daytime batting is easy. And it's hot also, so it's better we have batting first and put them under pressure.
How happy are you leading the series 2-0, and the way your team is playing has been very exciting?
Very happy. It's a big series win for us. So looking forward for today's game also, and we will try to carry on with same momentum and try to. This was a good message to the world also, that we can beat any side, and we are a good cricket side right now.
Back home in Kabul and Jalalabad, they've been watching the games on big screens. You're getting a lot of positive support from home?
Yeah, it's from day one. Since our cricket start, we have a lot of support back home. So everyone is supporting and cheering for us. Whenever it's our game, they leave their jobs and they go watch games and supporting us, cheering for us. And whenever we have a good win, so they all happy.
What about your team? Changes?
Yeah, we have 3 changes. Here you go.
There you go. Look at that. 3 changes. Who are they?
Farid Malik is in, Naveed Zadran is in, and Abdul Malik, debutant, he's opener, so he's in the side. Rashid and Fazal Haq and Riaz Hassan are not playing.
All the best. Thanks for
So
your
I
time.
keep this to remember.
Keep that. That's very good. I love that. I wish more captains did that. Thanks very much, Hashmat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Demba,
Good luck. All the best.
you're going to have a chase. It was difficult a couple of nights ago. How are you going to better it today?
Yeah, look, I mean, wicket looks a lot drier than it was in the second game, so probably second innings. After that new ball, probably will turn a bit more, so another challenge for us to front up as the batters. But I think now first with the ball, that's obviously our first assignment. We want to be a lot more creative in terms of taking wickets. Yeah.
12% of your balls bowled in the power play would have hit the stumps. Is that somewhere maybe you've discussed with the bowlers?
Yeah, it's definitely a conversation that was had. We're always encouraging the guys to be hitting the stumps a lot more. It's obviously a big adjustment for our boys, considering what we bowl on back home, but there's definitely a conversation.
It was always going to be a difficult series, we all felt, with a slightly inexperienced side. Has it been tougher than you thought?
We expected it to be tough. I think the guys who haven't been here would have really got a proper sense of what it's like playing in these type of conditions. And I think, the learnings that we take from it, that will be most important, so that when those guys come here again in the future, they have a better understanding as to what they can do to be successful in these conditions.
What about your team? Any changes?
Team, only one change. Andrew Berger misses out, and we brought in an all-rounder in Andile Peshukwayo.
All the best, Captain.
Thank you.
Luck. Okay, the news from the middle is Afghanistan have won the toss. Hashmatullah Shahidi so happy they're going to bat first.
So, batting first, Afghanistan.
tuck leg side. Man of the deep, good running, good energy from Gurbaz, always hunting for two.
Yeah, it has been a trademark, but I'm a lot happier with the tactics utilised here by Lungingidi. You can see he's intensely trying to get this ball to go back at the right-handers. I can almost guarantee you, if you hang around there long enough, you will be rewarded. So from time to time, you don't want to get too straight. You want to be ending off on around it, off stump. You don't want to be bowling middle and leg, off stump. That's what you want to be targeting as a seamer.
Well, gully into play here for Malik. Don't mind, I think it's a good option. There's a chance. Chance! Would have been gone with a hit. Would have been out. Some might say should have been out.
You just get a sense that South Africa's a lot more watchful here. They've seen Ramanullah Gurbaz taking these quick singles in the first two ODIs. Yeah, he's off straight away. Excellent fielding, and you just get the feeling if he had hit, yeah, gone for all money. Yeah, you saw Bjorn Fortuin there. He's gone with his wrong hand. He's left-handed, but he's flicked it in with his right hand. And he knew, he knows.
Well, it was a poor run. Malik, the striker, calling Gurbaz through. Gurbaz would have been miles out. You don't want that. You're in a rich vein of form. You do not want to be run out. On the surface again. That's excellent. That is such good batsmanship. Down the pitch, play with a slightly dead blade and then scurry around to the other end.
Yeah, we'll just have another look at this run-out attempt. Bjorn Fortuin, he's quick across the turf, picked it up. Yeah, he perhaps had a lot more time. But the one thing I really enjoy about this whole Afghanistan outfit is the cricket awareness. Yeah, they know it's hot, so perhaps fielders will be on their heels a little bit. They have capitalized every single time, drop and run. And that's how you put the bowler under pressure. No one likes it when they're rotating, when there shouldn't be one.
Lungingidi has been impressive all series. 3 overs bowled, 13 without loss. Wonderful Sharjah, the venue for the third and final ODI. Gurbaz is itching. He wants a piece of the spinner.
Oh,
Like the way he gives the stumps to the bowler. Ensures he can get access to the ball and allows him to hit through the line of the ball. So he doesn't block himself off here, Gurbaz, against the spinner. Very good again. They've been watching all over Afghanistan and cheering on their heroes in Kabul and Khost and Jalalabad. Kunduz, Kandahar, Logar, they're watching everywhere. Big screens. I don't know if you've seen on the social media, Vern, but they've got big screens in all the big cities. People clamoring around watching their stars in action. Well bowled. A little bit of an in-drifter.
Yeah, the one thing I really enjoy about Ramanullah Gurbaz is he makes his intent clear. So as a bowler, you start feeling that pressure. Malik, on the other hand, Bjorn Fortuin will be a lot more comfortable bowling to him. As you can see, he's a lot more watchful. He's perhaps going to buy himself a bit of time after that pair that you've just mentioned. May have been a while ago, but it will still be in the back of your mind, and you pretty well know about that, my friend.
Yeah, I've just about gotten over that pair I got against Surrey in 2010. Batting out for the draws, out reverse sweeping. Coach at the time, the late David Capel, was not very impressed. 4 overs done, 16 without loss. Chance for Afghanistan to clean sweep South Africa. 2 up in the series. Playing some marvellous cricket. It'll be a monumental effort for South Africa to get a win here today. What can South Africa do? Vern, now they're chasing. They know how difficult chasing is going to be. Bowling-wise, they have to restrict Afghanistan to a below-par total, because if Afghanistan get par or above par, in the chase is going to be so difficult, albeit no Rashid Khan.
Yeah, perhaps one piece of peace for the top order for South Africa is that Rashid Khan is not available due to injury today. But you certainly would like to think that they would have learned a great deal from this man in picture. Improvisation. He's always a busy player. He makes bowlers bowl into his strength. There's not a ground big enough in the world for this man when he gets going. And he's an entertainer of note. That's how he acquired his boundaries, 3 maximums. Again, you can see he's trying so hard. Maybe the surface not complementing his style of play today. He's trying to force Lungi Ngidi into Lungi's B game. Lungi, of course, want to try and settle in, bring those stumps into play, but he's not allowing him to do that. Just on the South African lineup, there's obviously a couple of guys in their squad at the moment. When you look at conditions, a guy like Lazard Williams clearly comes to mind for me. I often allude to the fact that you want to play players that will be effective in conditions. Lazard Williams, he's one of those guys. He's low, he's skiddy. He will certainly bring those stumps into play. Otniel Bartman as well. He's had a taste of T20 cricket. Certainly feel, taking conditions into account, those 2 names for me stand out. I'm amazed that I haven't played in the first two ODIs, to be quite honest with you.
And why, Vern, why would Rob Walter, the coach, not have said, right, let's have a look. We haven't been good enough the first 2 games. Let's have a look at someone else. Jason Smith, have another look at him. Simalane, Bartman. Why, Lazard Williams, why would they not have said, let's use this game with the series come up against Ireland later this week, T20s and ODIs. Why not have a look at some guys?
Yeah, and especially with the break as well. Playing today and the next game is only on Friday, so make mention of those 2 names, and they are guys that stand out for me when you look at these conditions. You often hear them talk horses for courses. If I look at how they've gone around in South Africa, the conditions where they play their cricket in, that wicket to wicket kind of bowlers. These conditions are crying out for that kind of bowlers.
First sign of aggression. The debutant, who we're told is an ultra-aggressive batter. Even on debut, and you're 4 from 12. Just get the feeling now he wants to stamp his authority. Excellent. Really good from Lungi Ngidi. Really good from South Africa so far. 17 without loss. Sedate start here for Afghanistan on a slow surface. On a very hot afternoon in Sharjah. 17 without loss. South Africa have been very disciplined. Not Not a bad single for South Africa to give up. Just gives Bjorn Fortuin a chance to arrow in on the debutant Malik, who's been a little bit watchful, a little bit more reserved than Gurbaz. Good cricketer, Bjorn Fortuin, I must say. He's excellent in the field. Useful batter, more than handy finger spinner. He's no Maharaj, but not many are. Wonderful bowler, Keshav Maharaj, but Bjorn Fortuin, he's a safe pair of hands with ball in hand especially.
Yeah, played second fiddle for most of his career to Keshav Maharaj, but he has wonderful control of pace. It's lethal in the SA20 with the new ball in hand in the power play. Gives you that option of bowling with the new ball, older ball. You make mention of the fact that the surface a touch slower, touch drier today, so perhaps a bit of an adjustment in terms of the target you would like to get to from an Afghanistan point of view. See, they've been a little bit more respectful. We have seen him trying to take a first ball on, perhaps just to put the bowler off Gurbaz.
Nice sweep. Very, very efficient from Gurbaz, because he knew exactly where the sweeper was positioned and he manipulated his body to great effect.
He plays the shot so well. No, there's a deep square, but he's almost delaying that sweep shot. Trying to get out in front of him to get it way behind square. Excellent batsmanship, understanding where the fielders are placed.
Yeah, you mentioned slightly quieter start. Last ODI, Afghanistan were 47 without loss in their power play, so even that game, they were a little bit watchful up front. Always got to be careful with Gurbaz. He's like a cat on a hot tin roof. 6 done, 23 without loss.
So a watchful start here for Afghanistan, 23 without loss. No damage done. Lungingidi into his 4th over. I'm talking about not much aggression. There's an example of perfect aggression.
Blazing hit down the ground from Malik. Using his feet. Clearing mid-on. Just the 2 fielders allowed outside the circle in the first 10 overs.
As a debutant, you'd give him a couple of deliveries just to try and get him to settle in, and maybe he feels like he's done exactly that now. 5 of 16, and then deciding to take the attack to Lungingidi. He feels comfortable, and now he might begin to express himself a little bit here at this international level.
Fine leg has now come up into the circle after that last delivery. And square leg has dropped back.
Here's the deliveries from Lungingidi. You can see it's a good grouping. Back of a length has been the ones where he's kind of been a little bit expensive. When he's hit that right area on the fuller length, right on a good length, it's been good. Just that one that was sliding down the leg side, that was worked away.
Shout for LBW, and the finger goes up. Looked a decent shout, I have to say. Malik will consider the review, but watching live, it looked a very good shout indeed from my perspective. Batters do indeed decide to review it.
Chief Umpire Director, we have a play review for leg before. Original decision is out. I have checked the feet, it's fair delivery. Can we start with front on first? Ball is close to the bat. Can we confirm by outrage? Forward, flood line, there is gap between ball and bat. Satisfy. No batters involved. Ball tracking please when ready. Copy. Pitching outside off, impact in line. Wicket is hitting. Stay with your original decision. Lenton, you're on screen, signal now.
Langton Riziri got that one spot on. So a first wicket for South Africa, and the debutant Malik has to go for 9. LBW 2 and Ngidi. So Afghanistan lose an early wicket, and Ramat Shah comes to the crease, got 50 on Friday evening. Very solid innings indeed from him. Outstanding figures in his one-day international career. Mr. Reliable, vastly experienced. With Ramat on strike now, we're going to have a slip back in position. Fine bowling from Ngidi, variation from him, and that variation drawing the success.
He just rolled his fingers across it, didn't it? And it meant that it just nipped back, beats the inside edge, and didn't go down the leg side. I think that would have been a real worry when it went upstairs for the review. You can see that wrist position. It's not a real slower delivery. It's more like a quicker off-cutter. Just grips in the surface. And goes on to clip that leg stump. So a breakthrough for South Africa. They desperately needed it. They bowled with good control. They haven't allowed Afghanistan to get away from them in this power play. And now they have a breakthrough.
It's been an interesting approach, this, from South Africa today. They've dropped Nandre Berger, or left him out, and they've opted to go with Ngidi and Fortain, spin and seam. Completely different approach from them in comparison to the first two matches, and so far it's paid dividends.
Yeah, and also opening the bowling with Fontaine. I suppose the challenge will be who bowls the middle overs now, because Fontaine did such a brilliant job of holding the scoring rate and picking up wickets in the first two encounters. And Peter will obviously bowl his 10.
End of the over, a successful one for South Africa, 27 for 1. So, Ngidi getting the breakthrough. Plenty of batting there for Afghanistan. Much changed side today with 3 alterations to their lineup. The change has been the watchword for South Africa today, but I'm just wondering, Sean, whether you would have liked to have seen Williams or Bartman come in. They haven't played a single match in this encounter.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise. I mean, the fact that you've got those 2 faster bowlers. I think Lazard Williams on this service could have been quite a handful too. He's a very skiddy customer. He's managed to bowl quite a few decent pace deliveries and normally pretty accurate. That's not accurate. That's short. That's wide. And Gurbaz just gives himself a little bit of room. Waits for the offside. It was going to be down to placement. Could he get it through the inner ring? And he could.
He puts the bowlers under so much pressure. His willingness to use his feet sometimes just force the bowler into dropping that little bit shorter. It was a bad ball.
Oh!
Rob Walter in the middle there, the South Africa white ball coach. You've thought, I'm sure, went into the selection of today's team.
Oh!
No, you're not a big fan, Sean, of the players being labelled 50 over specialists or 20 over specialists, are you?
No, indeed. I think in the shorter format, if you've got the skills, particularly if you've got the T20 skills, you can definitely use them in the one-day format and vice versa. I'd be surprised if there is people who just labelled only with the ability to bowl 4 overs. That's the end of the 8th, 32 for 1.
These matches, 3 of them in this series, a Firebird production for the Afghanistan Cricket Board.
It's actually interesting. I saw Lungi Ngidi after his 3rd over, Temba Bavuma kind of trying to communicate from a distance. And Lungi said, I've got 1 more. He pointed up and said, 1 more. But you pick up a wicket as a fast bowler or any bowler and you think, oh, well, maybe I've got a bit more energy than I thought. He's having another one, and that's key because that means he will be the one to get South Africa through the 5 overs required from the one end in the power play. 4.1 overs, 1 for 9. It's been fantastic from Ngidi.
Whipped away, over square leg, that'll be 4. Not sure that was exactly where Gurbaz was meant to be hitting it. He's got a substantial inside part of that bat.
Yeah, just singling one just again, that maybe that was the cutter from Lungi, the faster cutter, just a normal orthodox delivery that he rolls his fingers down the side of, doesn't really try and take the pace off it. And maybe looking mid-on, and then with the amount of purchase, just carried on with it thinking, well, it's not going to go mid-on, but I'll drag it to mid-wicket. In fact, it goes behind square, and Lungi's not happy. And Giddy's very good at bowling slower deliveries at the back end of matches. But you can see on these occasions, the speed of it isn't in the 20s, it's in the mid 130s. And there he's talking about, I might have to become a bit of a tall off-spinner, off charging in off a long run-up if I continue to play on these kind of conditions. It's particularly hot out there, and the third after the boy was already, so you can see him down into his haunches. He's trying to get the extra breaths in there, trying to just get that body heat under control. Those are the orthodox deliveries, and then just decides to take a bit off it and goes slightly fuller. Beats the inside edge. Well, I couldn't have seen too much of Lungi and his variations and how the ball comes out of his hand, so deceived by that change-up.
Wasangidi bowling 5 up front now. He is renowned as a death bowler as well. And who's going to operate at the back end of the innings for South Africa.
You've captained a team in these kind of conditions over the years. You also do get an understanding. There's certain bowlers in the 4th and 5th delivery who like to make fielding changes or field placement changes because it gives them another 10 or 15 seconds just to recover before having to bowl the next delivery. I won't mention any names on air.
Well, that's remarkable. And Gidi has parried that on to the non-striker, and then it's ricocheted off Ramat Shah onto the stumps. Ramat Shah could have run himself out
have
here.
umpire review fallen out.
Yeah, I don't even think they need to send this up. This is out. It's a little finger onto the non-striker and onto the stumps.
Can you show me from front on, it's contact with the bowler's head? Okay, there is a clear contact. Satisfy my decision for big screen.
Yeah, so the decision is made. It's Ramat, run out by Ramat for 1. Afghanistan, 38 for 2.
So, the rather bizarre dismissal there of Ramat Shah brings the captain, Hashmatullah Shahidi, in at number 4. He kept sliding down the order on Friday and didn't end up batting as the big hitters were coming in his place. But it's a different kettle of fish now, different scenario, a little bit of retrenchment required.
Yeah, have a look at the wicket again. And Gide's been brilliant, hasn't he? I mean, it's 4 overs, 4.5 overs, 1 for 15, and now the run out as well. Just a fingertip onto Rahmat's shoulder and onto the stumps. And it's at that stage when he realizes, oh, surely not, surely not. It's one thing to be run out at the non-striker's end. It's another thing to inflict the damage on yourself.
The end of a successful over for South Africa. 9 overs gone, and Afghanistan 38 for 2. Afghanistan 38 for 2. Asmat, the captain for the side, yet to open his account. Gurbaz once again 27 of 29, century in the previous game. Beautifully bowled into his 5th over, 4-10. In the commentary box, I'm Devendra. With me is Farid Fidai and Hakeem Ahmedjar.
Yeah, remember there's one change today for South Africa, leaving Nandre Berger out and bringing in an extra batting all-rounder, to say it that way, Loko Ayo. Now, for Afghanistan, all of a sudden, losing 2 wickets inside the power play is not what they would have wanted. So a lot of responsibility will come onto the shoulder of the skipper, Hashmatullah Shahidi, to construct a partnership here.
Well, the good news for Afghanistan is that both the batters quite comfortable playing the spin bowling, particularly with left-arm spin in operation. His role is going to be of that of anchor. Deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Bowling into the pitches, bowling beautifully.
Morning everyone, morning Dave, morning Fidai. It was a special afternoon for Abdul Malik as he made his ODI debut for Afghanistan and became the latest recruit for Afghanistan in the format. 10 overs done, it's 38 for 2 Afghanistan.
Slow, sedate and little scratchy start for Afghanistan. 38 for 2. The first power play is lifted off now. So field restrictions lifted. 4 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Sweeper on the offside for the right-hand batter. And the deep square on the onside. Fine leg is also on onside on the boundary. Mulder into the attack. Gorgeous stroke from Gurbaz down the ground for 4. A powerful stroke down the ground.
Yeah, I mean, he knows his role. He knows that he always has to score runs for Afghanistan. and should be taking the responsibility, especially after how Rahmat Shah Depari was a bit unlucky this time. A fuller ball from Mulder. Among all the bowlers from South Africa, he's enjoyed batting against Mulder in particular. So a beautiful shot.
This time driven through the onside for a single. Sense of urgency and determination into strokes from Gurbaz.
Yeah, well, he's been in a terrific form going for the third game. This is what transpired in the first 10 overs, with Rahmanullah Gurbaz striking regularly with some boundaries here and there in the ground. Sweeps coming into the play. Abdul Malik was unlucky just to get dropped in front. He couldn't make any impression on his ODI game. Rahmanullah Gurbaz. Unlucky Rahmat Shah. He was very unlucky out there to lose his wicket in an unfortunate fashion.
Yeah, you called that on his debut for Afghanistan. 62nd cap presented to him. Giri was too good for him. He's been bowling slower balls frequently and foxed him on that. A fuller one kind of set him up, and Abdul Malik didn't have the answer.
Drives through the offside for a single. Right and left hand combination in the middle at the moment. Changing his angle, and the slower delivery has already worked. Getting the wicket of Abdul Malik on his debut. It's been a sedate start.
He's a very promising batting prospect for Afghanistan. Coming in through the ranks, has already been played some excellent domestic cricket in Afghanistan. Is coming back on the back of some terrific runs in the last previously held state tournament.
Well, no doubt he's a very good cricketer back home, but he's very unlucky on his debut. I remember when he made his debut in the test matches, was unfortunately out on 2 ducks. I don't want to bring it up. Don't say it to Abdul Malik. And on his debut in this one-day international, once again, probably a little bit of nerves. But he's really a very strong prospect for the Afghanistan in the future. Very good aggressive batsman.
Good atmosphere, good crowd in today as well. Third on the boundary, and the point on the boundary, so below is the scoring areas. Score of the wicket on the offside. Looking to attack the stumps. Hasmat likes to play square of the offside. Got men on the boundary. Short point in position as well. Looking to attack this time. It's probably covered around 20 yards from the bat.
Yeah, you know, bowlers don't enjoy bowling at the batters, but Fazlak Farooqi just loves bowling at Abdul Malik. Talking about him making his debut today. Well, maybe he'll get other chances and score runs. End of the over, 45. A good over for Afghanistan. 7's coming off it, 45 for 2.
Good discipline from South Africa with ball in hand, getting 2 wickets as well. Bowling the right area, challenging the batters. Bowling the kind of variations that they should be bowling, but Gurbaz is showing great maturity and experience here. 33 of 32 once again. Good start to his innings. Change in bowling. Makram into the attack.
Well, Gurbaz has been top performer of Afghanistan over the last few years. The way he has contributed to the success of this team has been fantastic so far. He has played cricket all around the world now. He's turning out to be a very mature cricketer. He's turning out to be quite a big prospect for Afghanistan, a big contributor to the team's success.
I remember in 2020 in Shpagiza, I was saying a star in the making. He was hitting those 360 shots, and since then, he's never looked back. Rahmanullah Gurbaz, absolutely phenomenal. And you pointed out so rightly well, he's taking responsibility now, knows his position, and that's the reason why he's the most hundreds for Afghanistan now in the ODIs.
Sharp turn 3 men on the boundary, on the onside, long on, mid-wicket on the boundary, men at the deep backward square as well, on the boundary, on the onside. He likes to play the sweep shot, the off-spinner in short mid-wicket in position as well. Turns the ball away on the onside, single.
Well, Markram won't mind that. He would enjoy bowling at Hashmatullah Shahidi. Remember, he got him out in the first match. It's always nice from the bowler's perspective to have a left-arm batter if you're an off-spinner. He had some problems early on in a few matches, Hashmatullah Shahidi, but then he's just got his form in momentum. He's been in good touch in the domestic cricket back in Afghanistan, and he was brilliant in the One-Day World Cup back in 2020.
Driving it down the ground just for a single. Different player altogether. He likes to take a bit of time. Unlike other aggressors in the Afghanistan cricket team, he's been responsible for providing the stability to the innings. Likes to take time, but once he's into groove, he's got the patience, concentration, ability to bat for longer period of time.
Well, Markram has shown excellent glimpses of him as a bowler as well in this event. He has continuously bowled well, and this is how he got the Afghanistan skipper Hashmatullah Shahidi. In the first game, he was turning out to be a very good bowler. He can't be called a part-timer because he has bowled well. Kind of drift he's been producing.
That marks the end of the over. 48 for 2. South Africa, excellent with ball in hand, and Giri 5 overs 15 for 1. Good discipline from him, bowling into the right areas, getting the wicket of Abdul Malik as well. Mulder conceding 7 to continue from the pavilion end, from round the wicket to Hashmat. Down the track, finds the gap through the offside. Challenge for the fieldsman, he gives it up, it's gone for 4. 50 up for Afghanistan as well. Good shot from Hashmat.
See, a good thing is intent. As a batter, when you show the confidence in the intent out there, is why and how you are able to score runs. He understands who to attack, goes after Mulder, who's not a fast-paced bowler, and with the pace he's offering and with the width he's offered, he's come down the track. Remember, he was standing a little bit away from his stumps, came down the track and pierced this gap nicely for 4. This is a good start for the over by Hashmatullah Shahidi.
Shot on the leg side. Seen many times Hashmat getting out to a short delivery. Wide signal by the umpire. Bangton. 2 men on the boundary on the offside. 1 man on the boundary, 1 inside the 30-yard circle, and from where he managed to find the gap from his strong areas.
Well, Hashmat has been a consistent performer for Afghanistan over the years, but in this specific event in South Africa, he hasn't been among runs so far. Good bouncer, good bumper from Van Mulder.
No, it's the cricket that talks. You hit a bowler for a boundary, and this is the response from the bowler.
Shot once again. Not much of movement of the surface, so he can afford to play on the rise and with his hands as well. South Africa they have always been competitive. Always bring that extra energy coming into the contest. So no spikes on ultra edge. Didn't make any connection.
Coming back to the point about South Africa, starting it nicely in this third ODI. Remember, they'll be very happy if they end up with a win. The fact that they have a series coming up against Ireland will give him some momentum. And you talk about bowlers in Ngidi. Out of 30 deliveries he's bowled, for many he bowled 5 overs, 2 slow balls and 1 that has given him the wicket. So talk about precision, talk about being very accurate in bowling wicket to wicket, because we saw in the second match only 12% of the deliveries from the South African pacers were at the wicket. He deserves a break, doesn't he?
2 men on the boundary, fine leg and deep square, searching for that false stroke from Gurbaz. Slower bouncer, wide signal.
Yeah, they've got 2 white ball series coming up front against the Ireland, with 3 ODIs and 2 T20 internationals to be played against them in Abu Dhabi. It was a slower bouncer. The commentators' curse coming into play. Farhad Fidai just mentioned about 2 bouncers from Lungingidi, and here comes one from the Molda. So they'll surely be
Smacking it through mid-wicket, 6. Stunning stroke from Gurbaz, flat, hard and over the boundary.
I told you he enjoys batting against Mulder. I don't know the reason. For whatever reason, he just enjoys it. He's not scared of it. He enjoys space on the ball, and for his standard, Mulder is a little slow. He's got to have to outfox. And look at this, use of the feet. Intent is what I have discussed earlier as well. Confidence, and then no one can stop you. What a beautiful shot that is.
That was an incredible shot from Remanullah Gurbaz. He's enjoying himself out there in the middle, coming on the back of a terrific 100 in the last game.
Change in field now, finally coming up in the circle, mid-wicket going on the boundary from where he got a boundary. Can he get it over extra cover? Turned away in the onside. Have to settle for a single. He's into the 40s now, 41 of 40.
It's hot, it's humid. You might be asking for a towel, because sometimes the sweat can just fall down into your eyes. You don't want any distraction, especially if you're a man on a mission. Having scored 100, you want to make it 2. And this has been a very expensive over. So all the hard work that South Africa had done, you'll tell, this over has just done a little bit of damage to it. 14 into this over, a last ball to be bowled. That will remain 14. End of the over, number 13, 62 for 2.
In general, they talk about maximizing the power play. The first power play where only 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle, but we've seen conscious approach from Afghanistan after the completion of the first power play, looking to hit more boundaries, more intent from Gurbaz in particular. 62 for 2. Afghanistan is a favorite team for many around the globe, the way they've been performing for the last couple of years. More attendance, and there's some support for South Africa as well.
I love to see some Indians coming in and supporting Afghanistan in this game.
Now I gotta ask you this question. How do you know they are supporting Afghanistan?
Because we have seen them support Afghanistan all over those years. And because Afghanistan also some big fan base in supporting India.
Oh my God. You know, it's so much franchise cricket and a lot of South Africans playing in the IPL. You never know. Maybe we have some Sunrisers Hyderabad fans. Aiden Markram bowling. Yeah, I mean, I wish we could ask him who you're supporting. Sitting next to the Afghans will tell you. Maybe, just maybe, yes, supporting Afghanistan.
That's exactly why I was telling that. Because they seems to be supporting Afghanistan.
Ah, smart guess. Now you say you're saying this because of that. You didn't see the Afghanistan flag earlier.
Well, they received tremendous support back in Delhi Sharjah Cricket Stadium during ICC ODI World Cup. Capacity crowd at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium cheering for Afghanistan cricket team when they went on to beat England. Short extra cover in position on the offside. Bowling tightly, accurately. Good pace as well.
Now, I don't doubt they are South African fans.
Rides the bounce and guides the ball into the offside. They'll limit to a single. They might also support Afghanistan. The way they've been playing, the intent and the growth story has been phenomenal. We have already seen many South Africans traveling to Afghanistan and supporting Afghanistan cricket as well.
Put it that way, support good cricket. They will, of course, support South Africa, but will enjoy Gurbaz batting another 100.
Watson card, Gurbaz on a strike. Nicely knocked it down the ground for a single. He's approaching his half century. He's on to 43. 14 overs gone. Afghanistan 65 for 2.
The 65 for 2. It's been a good contribution from Gurbaz. 43 of the 65 that have been accumulated so far. A couple of extras involved as well. And it's a change of bowling for South Africa. Peter will be introduced. That was always going to be the challenge, wasn't it, Vern, when they decided to go without the extra seamer. They were relying on Mulder and maybe Petlaquayo to play that role. And it looks like they're going to be now relying more on Aidan Markham, Peter. And they're going to have to try and dictate terms here in the middle overs.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Naba Peter. His first outing. Showed good control. Was put under pressure by that man in picture, Gurbaz. This is an excellent start for the young man.
I think the key for him is definitely if he can get the ball just to turn a touch. It all goes over the perpendicular a touch and just tends to drift it back in. But if he can do that and then get the ball to grip and turn away, he's going to be asking a lot of questions, because then the batter's going to have to be guessing. We saw a lot of his deliveries just kind of slide into the right hand, does not really have that purchase. Sometimes get from a likes of someone like a Rashid Khan.
I think on Friday night we just saw to get a great deal of drift. Perhaps took him a little straighter than what he wanted to bowl. Excellent line that he started out here, just outside off stump. As a right-hander, you are forced to play that. He's going to be asked to change his line to the left-handed Asmatullah.
Oh, that's chipped in there and lands safely. That's a bit fortunate for the Bangladesh captain.
Yeah, many would say a bit of fortune here. Just trying to work this into the leg side, leading edge. Fortunately for him, landing in no man's land.
Oh, that's beautifully played. He got into position early. He was looking for that shot and then executes a fantastic sweep shot. It will take him to another milestone in the series.
Yeah, he was always going to look to impose himself on the youngster. Brings up a sixth half century for Ramanullah Gurbaz in the ODI format. Yeah, he's got this crowd going once again. He's an excellent player, he's an entertainer. Bit of a nervy start this afternoon, but once he gets going, he will impose himself on any bowling lineup.
The ball cleared the roof, so it took a bit of time to get it back, but this is the moment. Got into position early, and that's right off the meat of the bat. It is a beautiful place to be in good touch as Sharjah. As a batter, if you find your form, you can really cash in and get some big scores. And he's got 50 or 47 deliveries, striking at a decent strike rate again. You'll be thinking, come on, we get back-to-back hundreds at this international one-day level against South Africa. Gets away with that one, does Peter.
Yeah, when I look at Gubaz, there's a real hunger. The busy player, he runs well between the wickets, and he really puts the bowler under pressure all the time. Not just by playing big shots, but being innovative from time to time.
Good comeback in the over there from Peter. 8 runs from it, 73 for 2. See the significance of the partnerships and the contribution of Gurbaz. 50 out of the 73 to be accumulated. No one really been able to get going as yet for Afghanistan. Markham is enjoying bowling to Hashmatullah. It's good running, but is it good running? It was well thrown in the end from just in stubs on the boundary. He's got a strong arm and it's going to be sent upstairs.
To umpire to director.
Shrug of the shoulders from
have a run out to you.
Not 100% convinced
on the
that he's made his
striker
ground.
end. Can you give a side on angle? Copy. Roll forward, frame by frame. Reset. 1 frame more. Okay, satisfy. My decision bit.
Yeah, no, that was brilliant by Tristan Stubbs. As it was angled past backward point, I thought it was a comfortable 2, but he's got a strong arm. The ball was right next to the stumps, didn't take much to get it onto the wickets. Bales came off. And out for 10 is Hashmatullah. 74 for 3, and time for the players to have a drink. So just over 15 overs, a much better performance from South Africa, losing the toss, being asked to get into the field first, and they've now picked up their third wicket. But before we get to that third wicket, it's been a brilliant batting performance by Gurbaz again. He's in a rich vein of form, and he's making it count at this top level in South Africa. He's been aggressive, he's been innovative, he's used his feet, he's got across the stumps, he's swept, and he's got himself to 50 or 49 deliveries. He hasn't got much support from the other end, but as far as his own personal performance goes, he's been top-notch. He's now been joined at the crease by Omazai, who was brilliant the other night against South Africa. A very quick-paced 80 against them. Azmatullah Omazai gets off the mark as well through a little bit of a naughty misfield by the South African captain Temba Bavuma. These two are in the heart of their form. ODI average is immensely impressive. Over 55. Best of 149 not out. Wonderful contributor in the middle overs. Bowling for two, but they'll probably turn it down this time. It was Tristan Stubbs who was brilliant to execute that run out.
Yeah, it's again into that next side. This was the run out. Tristan Stubbs is quick across the turf, but an excellent throw. Yeah, not much work to have done for Carl Verreynne. Brilliant. That's what South Africa need, a bit of excellence in the field. And they'll be zoning in on this partnership because this is the two informed players for Afghanistan. Mazai, a bit of a different role today.
Wasn't convincing running from Ashmatullah. It's the seventh time he's been involved in a run out, but have a look at this. It's flat and it just skids nicely off the surface and right next to the stumps. Verreynne barely has to move once he's got the ball in his gloves, and you can see the excitement. Bowling coaches always talk about how, as a fielder, you're part of the bowling attack, and that one will be totally down to the performance of Tristan Stubbs.
Average turn for the South African spinners today. Aidan Markram leading that chart. He's extracting the most turn, 3.2 degrees.
Well, as I said, he's been involved in 7 rounds. 5 times he's run himself out, so I suppose if you are going to be involved in run outs, it's better that you run yourself out than other people, and only 2 times anyone else. So a wicket off that over and 6 runs from it. 78 for 3. South Africa couldn't find a way of picking up wickets the other day. Maybe the fielding coach took over the team discussion and said, guys, we can do it with run-outs. 2 of the 3 wickets to fall. It's lopsided. Brilliant performance by Gurbaz. No one else has kind of followed suit as yet. 16 overs completed. Peter will continue.
Yeah, perhaps, Polly, just a little bit of concerning time for ranks of South Africa in terms of how they've selected this team here. There's lots of experience in the batting department. Perhaps a little bit lean in terms of the bowlers. Say bowlers, I'm talking about these taking these conditions into hand. A couple of changes in the field for Naba Peter.
There's just been another warning to Temba Bavuma. He really is taking his time before the first delivery. It's the second one already in the 16 overs. And you could hear Carl Verreynne behind the stump saying, time, 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 time. And unfortunately, you need to be a little bit more calculated as a captain these days. You've got that 60 seconds. You have to get everyone in position and be ready to start the over. You can't afford to be making late calls. And as I say, Temba Bavuma, second warning for them.
really smart point. When you pick a side, you know what the conditions are going to offer. Paya just telling Temba Bavuma that is your second warning. You have to be quick. There's a timer these days. You have to make sure you stick within those time zones.
See the tactic that's used against Omazai. South Africa missed a trick the other night. They offered him a lot of width and allowed him to... Oh, brilliant. Slides it through. We talked about how often he just gets the ball to angle back towards the right-handed batter. This time it angles back beautifully, just drifts in, goes between bat and pad. And Abapita has his first of the evening.
Yeah, this is absolutely brilliant. We've seen him in the first game using that drift from time to time, but on this occasion he gets it absolutely spot on. Gets rid of the dangerous Umazai, goes for 2, Afghanistan 79 for 4.
Really good this middle period here for South Africa, picking up wickets at regular intervals. Ikram Elikeel comes to the crease at number 6. And I think this is the first time he's batted in the series. He wasn't required in the last match. He came in as a substitute to take over the gloves. Best of 86, 350s to his name. And the left-handed option, so Adam Markham will be quite happy that another left-hand has walked to the crease. But a brilliant bit of bowling there by Abapita. Really an effective delivery and so vital at this stage. You can see it's a quickish delivery as well, and just straightens as it pitches, goes between bat and pad, knocks over that off stump. You can see the excitement. And why wouldn't there be? Slip in place. It's a nice series for him as well, isn't it, Vin? Because you can watch Rashid Khan and how he's got about his business, and just from the outside he can really learn a lot pace-wise on this particular service, trajectory.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan when you give these youngsters an opportunity, especially in conditions like this. You've made rightful mention. You'd have learned a lot from just watching how Rashid Khan operate. The end of 17, 79 for 4.
Beautifully struck, and doesn't even look like he's going to run. No, he isn't. Just stands his ground, Gurbaz. He loves to move around the crease, this time giving himself room. Trying to target straight back over the bowler, and wonderful execution.
Yeah, this is real smart batting from Gurbaz. You'd have seen a similar length. You'd have probably trying to work into the leg side. This time round, deciding that he's going to go downtown. Here's the shot that I'm making reference to. That is one option, trying to knock it into the leg side. Really like the balance that he has between... Never really letting a bowler just settle in and bowl at him. Always trying to dominate. He has been impressive in this series. barred its first game.
Comeback as well by Markham. 2 dot deliveries after that.
Keeper!
Ramesh has given me a stat yet. Most wickets for South Africa in the series. Lungingiri's got 3. Runouts have got 3. You do expect South Africa now to try and attack here. We were concerned when we looked at that bowling lineup, and the concern was justified after Mulder came into the attack, bowled his 2 overs for 21. His first delivery, Gurbaz ran straight down the wicket at him, looking to put the all-rounder under pressure. And it's going to rest on the shoulders the responsibility of Peter and Aidan Markham. And so far, they've done a really good job in these middle overs.
Yeah, you make mention of being a little bit more attacking. I'd like to see maybe a mid-off come up and ask him to take that risk early on in his innings. That single could have been prevented. Just to apply a little bit more pressure. Nothing better for a batsman to walk to the crease, and you have so many boundary riders and you can pick an easy one.
There'll be 7 runs from that over. 18 completed, 86 for 4.
Five bowlers used by South Africa so far. 2 successful ones, plus the 2 runouts today. Clobbered down the ground by Ramanullah Gurbaz. Goodness me, long on was only about 5 to 10 metres away from that, and he had absolutely no chance of getting around to his left to stop it. Niall O'Brien's joined me in the commentary position. That was just brute force, wasn't it, Niall?
Yeah, indeed, Peklaqueo had no chance. 5 or 6 metres to make. Wants to, should get to here. Ikram Ali Keel is fit, he's young. This is excellent from Gurbaz. Never easy, Brian, when you score an ODI century, or a century in any format for that matter, to front up the next day and back it up, because you're still running a little bit on the adrenaline of the 100 and you think you're invincible. We saw that a little bit early in his innings, Gurbaz, but he's settled in beautifully now.
As you and I in Abu Dhabi against Ireland, 127 on that debut, and then the matches that followed, 31 and 22.
Yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he scored a 50 on his T20 debut against India. Lucknow, if I'm not mistaken, is against the West Indies, I beg your pardon. I remember, because then I went to the Bangladesh Premier League and he got 50 on debut there as well. So he's someone that likes to start with a bang.
2 again is the call. He's running these South Africans ragged here. Good work by the non-striker Ikram Ali Keel as well, who appreciates the early call.
Tell you've got to be on your toes when you're back with Gurbaz. If he's not looking for a little drop and run single, he wants you to hurry back for 2. And why wouldn't you want strike when you're seeing the ball so well?
He can count to 6 as well as he's pinched the bowling. The end of the over. runs from it, 95 for 4. One-day international series, Firebird production for the Afghanistan Cricket Board.
Catch it!
Catch it is the call. It'll only be caught by one of the stewards back there at deep backward square leg. It's gone all the way for 6, and that brings up the Afghanistan 100.
Slightly longer boundary. Gurbaz attacking here, 72 yards. Toe of the bat. That's why the shout of catch it came from keeper and bowler. Have a look at this, right down near the bottom of the bat. But the power that Gurbaz possesses, and also the placement. Sunday entertainment for the youth. Oh, that's superb fielding. That is excellent from Temba Bavuma.
He's fantastic in the ring, he really is. He has been for a long period of time. It's a bottom hand there from Gurbaz to manipulate the ball wide of Bavuma's right hand for a single. That's commitment, that's leading from the front, setting the standard. Match really nicely balanced at the moment. Another wicket or two and South Africa will feel they're very much at the races. Afghanistan, on the other hand, with this pair together, the left and right hand combination will still have aspirations. There's significant total, and that's a bad ball from Markram. Down the leg side, it'll be signalled as wides. It's gone for 4 as well.
Well, I thought there was a little bit of bat on that. I think Ali Keel is suggesting so. I just heard a little sound through the stump mic. It was a poor ball, it was fired in. Yeah, bit of bat. Defeating Kyle Varena with no chance. Umpire said no, wides.
End of the over, an expensive over. 12 runs from it, 107 for 4. Overs gone then, and Afghanistan, remember, they got 311 on this same pitch 2 nights ago. We've already seen today signs that the surface is a little bit more tired, there's a bit more turn, a bit more grip for the spinners. So South Africa will be hoping that Afghanistan get nowhere near that sort of total, because it would be way beyond their compass, you would reckon. Change of bowling. Beyond Fortain back into the attack from the pavilion end.
I was trying to fetch this from a long way outside off, I think. Beyond Fortain saw Gurbaz maybe ironed up the leg side, went wider.
Ball, boy.
accuracy is the key, especially when you bowl finger spin, but this is all the South African spinners pretty good. Naba Peter picking up one and Bjorn Fortuin. You expect that left arm finger spinner, you have to be accurate.
Gurbaz playing tricks with the bowler there.
Just needs to be patient here, Brian, because he's 75 from 71. There's still 30 overs to go. He has so much time here to get a massive score. You quite rightly mentioned South Africa. If they can get 2 wickets, get Gurbaz and maybe get Nabi in and out, all of a sudden it's a long way for Afghanistan to try and muster up a score. Gurbaz has this game by the scruff of the neck. He bats 40 overs here. He'll have 150, 160, and Afghanistan will almost nearly bat South Africa out of the match, albeit no Rashid Khan, no Fazal Haq Faruqi, but still think something around that 250, 260 is going to be very difficult for South Africa with the mental baggage and the scarring of the first 2 ODIs.
It's Fazal Haq Faruqi getting a well-deserved rest today.
He bowled about 11 overs in the 2 games. I was sure he needed a rest.
Tremendous running again from Gurbaz. End of the over. Afghanistan are now 109 for 4. Just those 5 bowlers used. One of them, of course, Aidan Markram. I think you can probably call him a part-timer. Been no sign of Pet Naqueo as yet. 6th bowler and something of a specialist. Interesting, in that last over we were talking about Gurbaz's approach, and it's almost in my mind a sort of old school against new school approach, in which is best, because the modern way is just to keep going and keep going hard. But as you say, the way he plays, if he just keeps batting in this manner, he could get an enormous score.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting for 1 minute, and never would I suggest for Ramanullah Gurbaz to go into his shell or curtail his natural attacking instincts. So that's not what I'm suggesting. Bit of grip. Good work from Kyle Verreynne. And that is amazing. That is amazing from Afghanistan. And look at Gurbaz. They've run one to the keeper.
With a spinner on.
Oh, there's nothing that this young man can do. A bit of grip from Aidan Markram. Good keeping from Kyle Verreynne. Oh, it's cheeky. It's really cheeky. Just to extend my thoughts on Gurbaz, if he plays normally and plays every ball on its merits, he'll pick up enough bad balls. He will make South Africa bowl bad balls because they're under so much pressure against him. At the moment, they don't know where. They don't know where to bowl to him. They've got no answers at the moment for Gurbaz. Good from Bavuma. If he plays the game scenario is what I'm trying to see. They're going to send it upstairs.
TV umpire director, you have umpire review for run out. The bowler end. Can you give me side on angle? Roll forward, forward, forward. It's not grounded yet. Forward. 1 frame, yeah. Bills is dislodged. And he's outside the ground. I'm satisfied. My decision for big screen.
Well, that's fantastic. I've sung the praises of Temba Bavuma in the circle earlier today, and that is an illustration of his quality. Brilliant fielding, the third run out of the innings, and Ikram Ali Kale, I suppose you could argue, he's lived by the sword with his running between the wickets, and he's died by it. So Ikram Ali Kale goes, run out for 4, and Afghanistan, well, they lose that wicket that they were so keen not to do. 113 for 5. Ahmed Nabi, oldest player in this squad at 39, in at number 7 and in at a very, very important time. Last 2 recognised batters at the crease for Afghanistan now, and we're only in the 22nd over.
He's had a quiet series, hasn't had to do a great deal, but he loves this venue. He lives a couple of miles down the road, spends a lot of time at this venue practicing and grooving his game. Got a youngster and the senior statesman of the team. There's little Rohan, Nabi's boy. Loves his football, that little lad. Forget about cricket, he loves his football. Just got to be careful here. 3 run-outs in the innings so far, but this was all about Bavuma. Unbelievable. It's poor from both, actually, but especially Ikram Ali Kale. He was dawdling. There was no energy to get back and make your ground. That is... Yeah, Gurbaz will be disappointed, but actually, the wicket-keeper, Ikram Ali Kale, will be... Well, I put the blame on the left-hander. He should have made his ground. He should have been aware of what was happening, especially because it's Bavuma.
Solid defence from Nabi to end the over. 22 gone, 114 for 5. Leading wicket taker for South Africa in this series, run-outs, 4 of them now. It's off the toe of the bat, but it's still gone for 6. Tristan Stubbs was down there at long off. He thought he was in business at one stage. It's quite a short, straight boundary here at Sharjah, though, and Gurbaz takes advantage of it.
70 yards downtown. Modern day, that's not a big hit. It's a good strike. That's a really beautiful step and swing. That's what the batting coach would call it, a step and swing. What I mean by that is when he stepped towards the ball, he picked his bat up with real venom. Such a good player, Gurbaz. Just to finish on our discussion about his natural instincts and how he should go about his innings. About respecting each ball, but actually getting himself in a position to capitalise when they're slightly off line or length. I think he's done that pretty well, very well, the last 2 games. ticking here. He's ticking. Heart's pumping. There he goes about his business against spin. Oh, the run out.
South Africa are on their toes in the ring, I'll tell you that now. Here's Gurbaz's interception points against spin today.
Those bulging boundaries, that's a step and swing I spoke about. Just getting a stride into the ball and picking the bat up with conviction. It must be lovely for Jonathan Trott, the Afghanistan coach, to be able to work with Rahmanullah Gurbaz, because Jonathan Trott was a brilliant batter for England, but he was a run getter, a run accumulator. So I guess as a coach, when you come up against a young talent like Gurbaz, it must be such a pleasure to see a free-flowing batter and work on his game. No doubt that Gurbaz's form the last couple of years is a coincidence of working with Jonathan Trott. 23 ball, 122 for 5.
Afghanistan 122 for 5. Reaching for the ball and gets the ball into the gap on the offside. Should be back for 2. Will get back for 2. So Nabi and Gurbaz at the crease for Afghanistan, looking to resurrect this innings. And another astonishing innings already from Gurbaz. Getting behind square on the offside. Fielding has been good from South Africa. Gurbaz fighting it out in the commentary box. Devendra Kumar, Hakeem Ahmed Jai and Farid Fidai.
Thank you so much, Dave. It's been an eventful 2 hours this afternoon for the Afghanistan. Rahmanullah Gurbaz from one end, keeping one end and scoring runs freely all around the ground, but the other end, been 3 or 4 run-outs, 3 run-outs. Ahmad Shah Zurmati, Ashmatullah Shahidi and now Ikram Ali Khail.
3 men on the boundary on the onside, long on. Deep mid wicket and deep backward square. Wants a run. Will get a single.
Like no matter how many people get run out, Rahmanullah Gurbaz is continuing with his running between the wicket abilities. It's been one of the highlights of his batting performances. Whenever you see him, it's very quick between the wickets. Talking about the runouts, you gotta blame the batters for it. I think Rahmat Shah was a bit unlucky, the deflection, but again, you gotta have to be at your crease. And then about Hashmatullah Shahidi and Ikram Ali Khail, I think they were a bit lazy returning back to the crease.
Gurbaz on a strike. His footwork has been excellent. He's going deep in the crease, working the ball away into the gaps, finding different areas to score runs. He's approaching his century.
Approaching his century, would be his 8th in the format.
Fine leg on the boundary. Lovely tossed up delivery to mark the end of the over. 24 gone, 128 for 5 Afghanistan. Afghanistan captain winning the toss and batting first. Sedate start and then losing wickets at regular interval. But Gurbaz has been key. He's holding the innings together on 86 of 82. Nicely bowled into his 8th over, none for 32 for 10.
Gurbaz has decided to go after his shots no matter what happens at the other end. Let us keep the inning very much eventful so far.
He's varying his pace expertly.
You know, I just heard from the stump mic Nabi telling him Sahiu, meaning it was good. What it means is, now Nabi has that in him, getting the other batter to bat alongside him. We saw with Azmatullah Omarzai that partnership of 242 runs in Palekale. Afghanistan lost quick wickets, and at one stage they were 55 for 5, and then came the very first 100 for Azmatullah Omarzai. But let's have a look at the run-outs. There's been a little bit of unlucky run-out, but again, you gotta have to be behind your mark. And Hashmatullah Shahidi, a bit lazy returning back, and good work from Tristan Stubbs. And then Timba Bavuma. Don't go anywhere, watch that. Timba Bavuma is a gun fielder, and he doesn't miss the stumps. How so many times he hits him. And Ikram Ali Khail will only have to blame himself.
South Africa brilliant in the field with the ball as well. Quicker delivery, looking to attack the stumps. Bat first or pad first, they're thinking about it. 4-10 with quick delivery within the stumps.
Well, in the context of the game, they will not mind another wicket. So already South Africa have taken the most number of wickets in an innings, because previously they've only been able to get 4 wickets each time. Timba Bavuma decides no, it's not pat first. Be interesting to see what if it is.
Young kids, lovely kids. Ahmed Nabi's son, Rohan, been watching his father play for Afghanistan over the years.
Nice delivery. This, drawing the batter forward. This has been excellent over, just single from it. 25 gone, 129 for 5 Afghanistan. $129 for 5. Was there pad first or bat first? It was pad first.
That's what I was saying. That was I was saying. Sorry, Devendra. What if it is pat first? At this, in the context of the game, 128 or 29 for 6. And that too, the last specialist batsman. That should be hitting the stumps. Yes, hitting. Timba Bavuma. That was hitting. The wicketkeeper was very confident.
Change in field. Finally coming up in the circle. Change in bowling as well from the far end. And Dile Felukwayo into the attack at the age of 28. An all-rounder coming into this game. So drifting down the leg side, wide.
He's been a very experienced cricketer, Ndile Felukwayo. Did some excellent cricket for South Africa over the years. One of those contributors who has made his impact on the game while playing for the Proteas. Is yet another indication of what happened in the previous over.
Both the reviews in your account, yet you do not take it. Well, it's game of cricket. 129 for 6 will have looked really nice from the viewpoint of South Africa.
Well, that missed opportunity could well change the fortunes for Afghans. 6 wickets down for 130 would have been very, very bad situation to be in, to be honest with.
Well, he knew it. He knew it. He was shouting.
Good areas to operate with. Hitting a sort of good length region on the off stump, looking to hit the jack and get the ball to bounce. See the concern on the faces of South African, especially the captain. Had he gone for that decision, things would have been much easier to deal with. Third up in the circle. Deep square, deep mid wicket and long on the onside. Wants to run.
Know what Nabi's response would be? I've already got a life. I don't want to just spoil it. Yeah, see what they are saying, and with Nabi discussing with him is that let's just give him time. Phil Uguayo is into his very first over. Let's just see how he bowls and runs will come. And this is good thinking, the maturity into the batting of Rahmanullah Gurbaz. Keep a prize on his wicket.
He's angling the ball back into the right-hander. Nicely struck down the ground for a single. Consistent plan of bringing the ball back into the batter. Last couple of overs have been excellent for South Africa.
Well, Fedai, they need to do that. They need to be very much watchful because they've lost 5 wickets and still we're halfway down in the first inning. We've got 25 or 24 more overs to come and we've already 5 down. Afghanistan actually. And this could be the last formidable pair which we can rely on, which Afghanistan can rely on because they need runs on the board in the first inning, and this pair has, this pair is very important to stay out there, take the inning deep and score some runs for Afghanistan, put a good total on the board in the first inning.
Straight to the fielder, frustration building.
Yeah, and remember, there is no Rashid Khan today because of a hamstring, and he has a lot with the bat. And this is the missed opportunity. And missed, I would write with the big letters, M-I-S-S-E-D. And he says, I told you, boss. It was out. Yeah, I told you. But you got to make the decision of asking for the review, which you already had too. Well, it can happen. Last ball of the over. Safely negotiated. And it is 131 for 5 after 26.
Afghanistan, they've been amazing in this tournament series already in the banks. Gurbaz not playing today. Excellent cameraman. Waiting for a moment to capture. We've already seen some monumental moments in this series from Afghanistan.
Hakeem, we should give Gulbadin Naib his ODI debut cap as a cameraman. That'll be cap number 1.
Some turn, it's gripping, it's turning, it's dry surface here at Sharjah. They're playing on the same surface they played the other day. It's been hot and humid conditions. Good concentration, first thing.
A new cameraman in the town. Gulbadin Naib out there to capture some stills. Very busy person.
Legendary figure in Afghanistan cricket, the captain Hashmat, and alongside him is Hamid Hassan, the bowling coach. Since his arrival as a bowling coach, things have changed drastically for Afghanistan cricket, winning the first series as a bowling coach against Pakistan at this ground. The sun is setting here, but sun is rising in form of Afghanistan cricket on the world map. Beautifully bowled, a magnificent delivery. Nothing from the umpire.
You know conditions rule now. Bauma has asked for the review. No matter what, I'm going to take the review.
TV umpire director, we have a play review for caught behind. Original decision is not out. And I have checked the feet. It's fair delivery. Can we start with front on? Forward, forward. Ball is close to the bat. Can we confirm by Al Traij? Roll forward, forward. Okay. There is spike when ball is near to the bat. Confirm. Change your decision. Not out to out. You on screen? Signal now.
All right, so it was like maybe Timba Bavuma missed his Monday morning alarm, but he got another chance. And Navi departs, not making any extra run after that missed opportunity. Departs for 5. Afghanistan in sort of trouble, 132 for 6.
That picture tells you everything out there. Rohan's been disappointed. Every Afghanistan cricket fan has been disappointed after Mohammad Nabi lost his wicket.
Artificial lights on, mixing with the natural light. Afghanistan losing wickets at a regular interval. In comes Karote from Baglan province in Afghanistan. Has been fantastic on this ground since his debut against Ireland. And has to make a significant contribution with bat in hand. Nothing so inspiring with bat in hand, but with the ball in the field, he's been outstanding. And he comes with a lot of reputation as a batter. Especially his performances in domestic cricket have been outstanding.
He's yet another promising all-round prospect coming in through the ranks for Afghanistan. That's left-handed at the lower middle order. Very good delivery first up coming in to him.
Nabi just feeling for the delivery with the open pace. A faint nick through to the wicket-keeper. The decision was reviewed. There was definite spike, and you can understand the frustration from Nabi's son, Rohan. It's very rare to see Nabi not having a big contribution in a series for Afghanistan. Has been there since the beginning of Afghanistan's story.
The series is not yet over. Nabi's got to come and bowl. End of the over, 132 for 6.
Where can Gurbaz take Afghanistan to from this situation of 132 for 6? He's unbeaten on 89. Looking for back-to-back hundreds. His footwork has been outstanding. Shot selection, maturity, experience and fitness, running between the wicket, outstanding.
Running between the wicket. Watch out for Nangyal Kharote. He is faster than Rahmanullah Gurbaz. Only finally one that can match or can run Rahmanullah Gurbaz is Nangyal Kharote.
He's an extremely talented cricketer. I tell you, the show you've seen him.
Gurbaz goes through the offside. Fielder takes the catch. Heji. Yes, he's taken the catch. He's out. Gurbaz is out for 89. Pelukwayo with the wicket. Jonathan Trott cannot believe it.
Big moment this is in the game. Rahmanullah Gurbaz departs after a well-made 89 runs. He's disappointed. He must be disappointed. Down the track and hold out in the deep here. He took an excellent catch diving forward.
You can understand the frustration. Another 100 on cards. Gurbaz is out for 89. A fantastic catch taken by Hendricks, driving forward. Afghanistan tottering along now, 132 for 7.
Well, Rahmanullah Gurbaz was only 1 run away from his safety zone because he's never been out in 90s. Can you believe it? But then, the finer the bait, the shorter the weight. There was vacant area. He saw it. He thought he's got a boundary. He went for it. But Phil Ukwayo, who's been brought back into the side today, bowled brilliantly to get Rahmanullah Gurbaz out shy of his 100. Only 11 runs shy of his 100. Now, in comes Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar, the hero from the first day. Took 3 wickets. But this is Rahmanullah Gurbaz. He saw that gap over there. No one there. In a slower ball, foxing Rahmanullah Gurbaz. Brilliant fielding. Today, South Africa has been brilliant out in the field. Run-outs, catches been taken. Spirit is high. They are hungry for a win. They don't want to finish this 3-0. They want to at least bring it to 2-1. The fact that the series has already been won by Afghanistan.
Knocks him over! Second wicket from the over. Phil Ukwayo is on fire here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Afghanistan scuttling away.
Phil Ukwayo sets the stage on fire in Sharjah here. 2 back-to-back wickets in spite just 3 deliveries here for South Africa and Afghanistan. All of a sudden, under extreme pressure. Excellent bowling. This is from Phil Ukwayo.
He's delighted. South Africa on the moon now. What a difference he's brought to this innings with ball in hand. Karote is out for a duck. 133 for 8, Afghanistan. Resounding response from South Africa with ball in hand. Excellent discipline in the field. In comes Farid Ahmed. Nicely forward.
Oh, it's been a brilliant effort from South Africa. Farid Ahmed into his 18th ODI. Only 42 runs. That will make South African fans very happy. Nangyal Kharote, the ball kept low. And I tell you what, Phil Ukwayo has been added into the side today. And probably at the beginning we thought that he was included for his batting skills, fortifying the batting. But talk about his bowling. He has been bowling brilliantly. What an over this has been. 1 run off it. And 133 for 8.
Yeah, much better from South Africa in terms of implementing plans today. That man at the top of the order, he was devastating once again. 89, falling agonizingly short of 100. Yeah, this has certainly been much better from a South African perspective. Captain Themba Bavuma talking about a better skill set on offer in these conditions. Have been brilliant so far. As we say, good evening to Niall O'Brien.
Evening, Vern. Yeah, much better from South Africa. Good to see a bit of spirit and a bit of heart in the field. I want to wrap this innings up now, though.
Yeah, has been dragged into the leg side. Mohamed, pardon me, is AMG. Picks up his first boundary into that deep, vacant leg side.
Yeah, good blow. Lots of vacant real estate there. Go again. Take him on.
Yeah, that's the mode of dismissal that he's bowling for Bjorn Fortuin. See, he's trying to dart it in, get it LBW. He's done well to get it paired up the way, Ghazanfar. Yeah, brilliantly bowled. It's on that implementation of plans, tactics utilised. Wanted South Africa to be a little bit more proactive in those first two ODIs, but it's been a good learning curve for them. Likes of Ngaba Peter take a lot out of this. Oh, I tell you what, he's taking a real liking to Fortuin. This one is a maximum.
Belting blow. Really superb. Lovely way to finish the over. 143 for 8.
Yeah, South Africa will be mindful that they want to finish this job off and be clinical with ball in hand. They've been excellent in the field again. Fortuin quickly across the turf. Yeah, Niall O'Brien just saying he threw that right-handed. Of course, he's left-handed. This is the last ball of the previous over. Wow, I tell you what, that is a good blow. Beautiful swing of the blade. It was in the arc, perhaps invited by Bjorn Fortuin, and he obliged.
Picking up on that, Bjorn Fortuin throwing with his right hand, obviously left arm finger spinner. Just have a look at him fielding here. Pivots, throws right hand, a little bit like Robbie Peterson, former South African spinner, all-rounder really. Robbie, good cricketer. He ran me out once in Port Elizabeth, Robbie, with his right hand as a naive teen, and I hit it to his right side. I thought, oh, he must be a left-hand throw, and he threw the stumps down from about 20 yards with his right hand.
It seems like Ghazanfar is going to try and give this innings some impetus here. Needs to be attacking. Yeah, just look at that scoreline at the moment, Niall O'Brien, 145. South Africa, of course, they've had their troubles with picking the mystery spin of that man as well, Ghazanfar. So let's get a feeling at 160. Those are never easy targets to chase, especially on a difficult surface.
think post-match, Jonathan Trott and Afghanistan coaching staff, if they don't get to a total that they can defend, will think we went about it slightly wrong. We think, look at Gurbaz, as well as he played, so much time to bat, 3 run-outs. Don't need 300 plus here today. 220, 230 could well be ample. Might still get there, you never know, but 145 for 8 with 20 over still in the tank.
Oh, I tell you what, another quick single. Is he going to get there? Oh, a direct hit might have proved a little bit interesting here.
Yeah, there was no venom behind the throw from Tristan Stubbs. Too close, just listening to the stump, Mike. Miles off. He said, wow, 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 wow. Probably enough. Probably enough. I didn't think it was the most powerful underarm flick, but I think he had his man there.
Yeah, he was quickly across the turf, Tristan Stubbs. He covers a lot of ground. He's tall, lengthy, deceptive from time to time. Oh, he's looked to go downtown here. Did he get enough of it? Yes! That's the second maximum for Ghazanfar.
Well, he loves hitting sixes off the last ball of the over. 152 for 8.
Yeah, that maximum, the last ball and last over also brought up the 150 for Afghanistan, but it brings about a change in the bowling. Naba Peter back into the attack. How are they going to play this?
I tell you, if Ghazanfar gets on strike, there's only one way he's going to try and play. He's going to try and tonk him out of the ground. Beautiful, lusty blow. Big, tall man. We did identify that early in the series. Tall, strong, big build. Nice opportunity for Nava Peter here just to bowl and get the opportunity maybe to pick up a couple more wickets here. Nice to see Bavuma, good captaincy, get the young spinner back into the attack, give him some more opportunities.
Yeah, it certainly will do his confidence the world of good, having been afforded this opportunity. Come on, this level, he has been successful at the domestic level in South Africa, but step onto the international stage and gain that confidence. One of the hardest skills to perfect this leg spin. I must say, he's done a wonderful job so far. So good control, good pace. Not shy to give it a bit of air as well from time to time. Looked to be a little bit attacking in the previous over. It's been a little bit more respectful towards Peter. Perhaps Ghazanfar told him, you just get through these overs, I'll try and take them down from the other side. It'll tick it into the leg side. Are they going to come back for 2? Decided against it. 1-5-3 for 8. Yeah, this is a Firebird production on behalf of the Afghanistan Cricket Board.
A good opportunity for Nava Pizza just to try and close this innings out, as I mentioned, but also take the confidence into the series up against Ireland. That will be starting at the back end of this week in Abu Dhabi. Ireland historically wouldn't be the best players of wrist spin going down the years, so an opportunity to just get through this game, maybe pick up another, bring that confidence into the T20s and ODI arena up in Abu Dhabi. 5 white ball games there.
Throwing yourself in the mix there when you say not the best players of wrist spin.
I don't know, you'd have to ask the stats man beside me if I was a good player of wrist spin. I know one thing is for sure, I wasn't a very good player of Rashid Khan. Everyone knows that. That's like Carlos Brathwaite admitting he can't play, he's not very good against leg spin. Yeah, I don't know, I'd have to ask Raj my stats against wrist spin and ODI cricket. I would say they're not that good.
I was about to ask you, should we leave it there? Was there a list of names to come?
Very early in my county career, playing for Kenton, we used to play a lot of cricket as Hampshire, and the legend, the great Shane Warne was playing. Just watching Shane Warne as a kid, he was one of my heroes, one of my favourite players, and every time I walked out the bat, I was basically out before I was in, because I wasn't playing the ball, I was playing the man. And after about 7 ducks against Hampshire, he came up and said, I think you need to just forget who's bowling the ball and just focus on the ball. It didn't help because I got a duck that day as well, but there was some nice words of encouragement from Shane Warne. Pad down leg side. Sometimes you just got to play the ball and not the man, which is easier said than done. Good work from Kyle Verena down leg side.
Yeah, talk about South Africa need to be a little bit more clinical here. This partnership 20, gaining some sort of momentum here. Oh, I tell you what, confusion, wrong end. Wrong end. Because that could have ended up disastrous for this pair of Afghan batters.
Yeah, good work from Graham Mulder. I guess the point about the wrong end, it would have been very difficult for Mulder to get up from this position here, to turn his body around and throw to the keeper's end with the kind of power to affect a run out. But much better from South Africa today in the field.
Oh, I tell you what, he's taking a real liking. Oh, what an effort by Tristan Stubbs. But he's going to pick up another boundary and take the score to 158 for 8.
Tristan Stubbs, I think it's Nava Peter in the deep. I reckon Tristan Stubbs thought for a minute there was going to be a collision. I think at the corner of his eye, he just saw the other fielder. Good effort, boundary to finish. Peclaqueo nearly picking up a third. 32 done. Time for a drink.
Afghanistan 158 for 8.
169 being bowled out in 34 overs. And South Africa, they've gone away, needed to adjust their plans, their tactics. But they've been a lot better today in terms of execution. They've been brilliant in the field. That Manning picture, and just continuing where he left off a couple of nights ago. He was always going to look to impose himself. Like we know, once he gets set, he really takes it to the opposition. That was the first to fall, a slow ball from Lungi Ngidi. Again, Ramanala Gulbaz. Yeah, boundary options come so easy for him because he's in that attacking frame of mind all the time. There is a ground big enough when he gets going. A couple of maximums. That was the moment it took him to his half century. And South Africa was brilliant in the field. Strong throw from Tristan Stubbs. Excellent glove work by Carl Verreynne to take the bells up quickly. And this young man, he's continuing to impress on his debut to Naba Peter. Excellent from Themba Bavuma. Tell you what, guys, he is some spectacle. And Lungi Ngidi having to give chase after that one. This was a brilliant piece of bowling from Bjorn Fortuin, just slowing it down. Review it, send it upstairs, and it came back out. But this was a big moment in the game. Ramanala Gulbaz falling 89. Nandile Fatlukwayo, he really enjoyed that spell of bowling, picking up 2 for Gazanfar. He took a real liking to the South African bowlers. A couple of maximum blows. It was difficult to stop, but that was an excellent running attempt from Tristan Stubbs out in the deep. I'll tell you what, he hits them cleanly. Bit of fortune here for Lungi Ngidi. Off the body in onto the stumps. This was the final moment. Excellent catch by Aiden Markham out in the deep. Pick up a second wicket for Naba Peter. Bowl out Afghanistan for 169. Yeah, that's the bowlers this evening. Lungi Ngidi picking up 2 for 22. Impressive once again. Fortuin 1 for 44. Then wickets for Naba Peter, 2 for 22. 2 for Aiden Markham. All they need 170. To open the batting for South Africa will be the captain Themba Bavuma. There's his numbers, impressive. Average a touch under 46. 450s to go with his 500s, best of 144. Opening the batting alongside him will be Tony De Zorzi. Look at that average. That's over 50, strike rate 90 plus, 90 plus. 150 to go with the 100. But they will need to get off to a good start here this evening. So far in the first ODI, 106 all out South Africa. The second ODI, 134. Many would say 170, gettable. But given the recent history on these type of surfaces, I don't think it's going to be as easy a chase as we say. Good evening to Niall O'Brien.
No, I think this is going to be an interesting battle between bat and ball. Zorzi's found a little bit of form last game, 31. Themba Bavuma, who missed the first ODI, played well for his 38. Naveed Zadran, if you haven't seen him, Vern, he is all in. Aggression, emotion, wholehearted bowler. The new headband warrior for Afghanistan, following in the footsteps of Hamid Hassan. 170, 50 overs for a consolation win. A little bit of a boost of morale for South Africa.
And we're off. Of course, he comes in for Fazal Haq Faruqi, who has been impressive in the first 2 ODIs, really setting the tone with that new ball. Have to get into his work quite early on here, Zandran. The man, Fazal Haq Faruqi, he has been impressive for Afghanistan with that new ball in hand, causing all kinds of trouble for the South African top order. Perhaps a little bit of relief for South Africa not to be seeing him playing. As much as we're talking about the paces, I think the real problem for South Africa will come window spinners come on a little bit late on. We have seen there has been a bit of purchase for the spinners, a bit of turn. Important for De Zorzi as well as Bavuma to get off to a good start. Ahmed Nabi, the off spinner, he'll be licking his lips, he's just rubbing his hands as he awaits his turn, perhaps a little bit later.
Really interesting, Vern, just bowling from the pavilion end. Ghazanfar has generally bowled this end with the new ball. The birthday boy's not playing, but this is what he's done in the series so far. Cleaning up many South Africans with the angle. Beating Tony De Zorzi for pace. A skillful operator, Fazal Faruqi. Quicker than you look. Excellent skills.
And he's off the mark. Try and come back for a second, but decided against it, and wisely so.
I'm just trying to figure out why Ghazanfar isn't bowling from the pavilion end, because he has done generally in the 2 ODIs with the new rock. I think there's any great wind to pick up on, or slightly peculiar. Youngster comes in, a young seamer comes in and picks the end. It'd be interesting to see if Afghanistan go with spin from the far end. You would think they should.
Hard to say, I can give that answer for you, or to you. I think they're definitely going to go with spin. This one angling back, perhaps just a touch on the high side. Captain asking some input from his fielders.
Don't waste it. Don't waste the review. It's too high and probably leg side as well, I reckon. Shahidi not to go upstairs. Langton Lucere, the umpire, yeah. Even for a small lad like Temba Bavuma, that's still too high. Above the pad. Good umpire, Langton Lucere. He's very experienced. 36th ODI today for him.
Quick single taken. Yeah, excellent running from South Africa. Good communication by Temba Bavuma. Oh, they'll send it upstairs, but I think he's made his ground.
Director, we have umpired you for run out at bowler's end. Can you give me side on angle? Forward. Bait is grounded, satisfy. My decision for big screen.
Yeah, there's confirmation. No doubt, South Africa 2 for none. Yeah, we were asking, are we going to see spin early on? The answer is yes. AMG, 18 years of age. He's an exciting young prospect for Afghanistan. He has caused South Africa a great deal of trouble. It's that arm ball again, the one that just goes straight on.
Yeah, operating from the Sharjah club end. A lovely carom ball. Watching him warming up for the last couple of games. Mohamed Ghazanfar.
I think the one thing that he perhaps would have had a look at was when Ndile Fetlekwaya operated from that particular end. A couple of balls are squatting. That's his way of operating.
Just checked out those hands a couple of days ago. I said, give me a look at those hands, because you're getting plenty of revs and action on the ball. Put my hand up to his hand, and I'm obviously short chap, but his hands were massive. Gives him that extra chance really to give it a good flick. Yeah, you need strong fingers as well. That takes a lot of hard work and dedication, and will cause some pain as well, putting the fingers through that kind of pressure.
Yeah, continuing to cause a bit of trouble, but I have to say, out of the South African top order, Themba Bavuma looked the most comfortable in the second ODI, playing him and facing him. That one's just leaving him off the surface.
Well, a certain Ravi Ashwin, who had a cracking test match against Bangladesh in Chennai, would have enjoyed that one. Carom ball, it's going away from the right-hander. Nabi's that slip.
Brilliantly bowled, but all equally well played by Themba Bavuma. It's so difficult when you have a surface to work with, when you bowl those current balls on surfaces where you can trust the ball, the pace, the bounce. You can almost just play him as a little seamer. When it gets stuck in the surface like that, it is difficult. Very well played by Themba Bavuma, watchful till the very end.
Well, let's see how Tony De Zorzi goes about it, because the last ODI, he was quite aggressive and looked for some slog sweeps. There's a long on in place and a deep square leg, probably just a couple of yards behind. So if he wants to get that right leg out of the way and smash a leg side, there's plenty of vacant space.
Yeah, into an excellent first over for Gazanfar. Africa 3 for none. Dandran to continue. At the top there you see the required run rate, but that won't bother South Africa. It's about getting in, about forming a couple of partnerships. That's well played by Themba Bavuma. I think he's going to pick up two. Yeah, he's coming back for a second. Gets it, and why not rub off that energy onto the youngsters? Another quick single here. Oh, he's going to have to hurry. It's a direct hit, and I tell you what, they like it. This will certainly be sent upstairs.
TV umpire director, we have review for run out at wicket keeper end. Give me side on angle. Forward, forward, forward. Grounded, his bat is grounded and satisfied. And the bill is dislodged. My decision for the big screen.
Yeah, there's confirmation, not out. Tell you what, you'd have had his heart in his throat for a little bit there, Tony De Zorzi. It looked like when it hit the turf, it lost a bit of velocity. And see, they perhaps picked up from Afghanistan those quick singles. That's what they're after.
Well, I reckon a direct hit, what that means, what I mean by is on the full, I reckon he was gone. Have a look here, when it goes into turf, maybe a smidgen. Did well there, Tony De Zorzi. Excellent in the field, South Africa, affecting many run-outs. Zadran, Naveed Zadran around the wicket with two slips in play.
Excellent piece of timing from Tony De Zorzi. He's so strong in that region. Come back for a second. A little bit of a stat for you, Niall O'Brien. That was totals defended here at Sharjah. 25, that was India versus Pakistan. That's in the year that I was born. Afghanistan versus Zimbabwe, 2015. 2 decades after that. Go back and revisit 1997, Pakistan versus Zimbabwe, 151. 60 in 1996. Very Pakistan versus New Zealand. A lot of low scores being defended successfully at this venue.
You were never born in 85. Never. I was born in 81. There's no way you've got 4 years on me. I'm not having it.
It's a little bit sharper in Africa, mate.
You've had a tough paper out.
Into the clouds, you lot.
Wonderful part of the world, South Africa. One of the best places as a tourist, cricketer on tour. Wonderful contrasting cities, wonderful landscape, beautiful people.
Oh, I tell you what, when you defend a low score, this is the last manner which you want to concede runs in. This is wides, looking for a bit of swing, but swung out of their hand. Also, the wicketkeeper couldn't get a firm enough glove to this, but they're going to check for a boundary here.
Ahmed Ghazanfar down in the deep with those big paws I mentioned. Does he do enough? Look good there, as long as that foot isn't touching the Toblerone.
I think he's done some excellent work here. I mentioned he's got those big buckets. What to do was get a couple of fingers underneath it, and I think he's done a wonderful job here. Will give us a better indication on whether he touched that boundary cushion or not, and I think he's well in. Excellent work. Yeah, umpires are happy. Over pitch on this occasion, a little push into the offside. I think they're going to come back for a second. Yeah, excellent running once again. End of 3, South Africa 13 for none. Africa, after their first win on this tour. It's Afghanistan. Afghanistan, of course, first and second ODI. Some convincing style. South Africa, yeah, of course, had their struggles against spin in this series so far. Let's look at the interception points. Dot balls, of course, they're the blue ones, and then all other deliveries which they score were the white ones. But just look how effectively Afghanistan has played the spin. Not many dot balls. Those blue ones are all boundaries, and then yeah, they were a lot more effective in innovation, utilizing the crease. You can see a lot of those balls far ahead would have been sweep shots as well. So in the two teams, they were a lot better. Temba Bavuma just changing his shoe and Of course, you'll have to whoop the pads off and then back on again. Stressful exercise, Niall O'Brien? Well, I tell you what, if you're out, it is.
Temba at the toss, obviously, and he was, safe to say, Vern, he was a little bit subdued. Confidence is obviously taking a bit of a hit in this South African camp, but if they could finish this series with a win, some positives. The Zaid rode up to Abu Dhabi for the five matches versus Ireland. Maybe some of these newer faces getting a little bit of confidence will do them a world of good. 2 slips in play now. Shahidi on the attack.
Yeah, and I like this. Because Afghanistan, they need to pick up early wickets if they are going to go down victorious. Temba Bavuma trying to go big. Thick outside edge. He's going to pick up 2. Yeah, that second man that they brought up into a second slip, he was hovering around that sore third man region. Of course, he's dangling the little carrot here, Temba Bavuma, that he's looked to go downtown.
Yeah, gets a bit lucky. Not an easy shot against Ghazanfar, trying to hit from the crease. Captain gets a little bit of luck, gets a life.
Oh, this time around he edged it. The reason why Temba Bavuma has played this a lot more defensively is because there was a change in field. The man went back into cover. I have to also say, excellently played by Temba Bavuma, because he played it with soft hands. It simply meant that the ball wouldn't fly off the outside edge. I really like the composure of Temba Bavuma at the top of the order. Very often as a bowler you get your clues when you bowl at a particular batsman where there's technical deficiencies. You'd lick your lips, but proved to give South Africa a sound start, giving bowlers too much to be happy about at the top of the order.
Fine power play in the second ODI, Vern. 54 without loss. Bavuma and Dazorzi played really well up front. So more the same. Coach Rob Walter will want a sound start. Just settle the nerves in the sheds.
A run chase for South Africa. Last thing you want to do is lose 1 or 2 quick wickets. Firm believer that if you get yourself in at the top of the order, you want to take accountability of getting the team over the line. Mentioned on Friday night, the Zorzi as well as Bavuma, they got themselves in and then they got themselves out, which then led to a massive collapse in that middle order. And the 4, South Africa 15 for none.
South Africa 15 without loss. A conservative start, chasing a moderate target. Naveed to continue. Over the top, excellent stroke, good footwork, and will pick up a boundary as well. In the commentary box, Sean Pollack.
Yeah, Dazorzi just trying to change up the length of Zadran there, using his feet, and he's obviously watched Gabaz play 2 fantastic innings where he did this with a real aplomb. Just the one thing you would say about it is, although it's ended up with a fantastic result, he either would have been wanting to go up and over a little bit more, and just to bisect those 2 fielders. So nicely played and controlled.
Under-edging it, looking to play the shot through the onside, the pull. Good pace and good discipline from Naveed. 142.
He's been cranking them up in the mid-140s, which is good signs. It's not an ideal surface for him to run up and bowl as quick as he is. I think as the years go on and as his career continues, he'll get some exposure to surfaces like in England, South Africa, Australia, where he'll be more effective and be more conducive to the pace he generates. He'll be learning his trade and his ability to control the deliveries.
Pulled. Just a single. On to 10 of 12 deliveries. Vavuma 7 of 15. Leading wicket taker in first-class cricket. Naveed then making his test match debut against Sri Lanka. Carrying on good performances in the test match format, and hence he's been given the opportunity to try his luck, try his skills in white ball cricket as well. But traditional skills.
Bowling attack and so many spinners, so it's not always going to be a case where he gets played 3 or 4 seamers. That's pulled away now. It's just dragged down fractionally. He's not a tall man, is Temba Bavuma, so as a bowler you have to be aware about making sure that you keep the proper length to him. And this one just dragged down. It's going to barely get over the top of the bails, but because of the nature of Temba Bavuma, he's onto it in a flash and plays it nicely. Hangs back.
Picks the length early, gets it over the top of mid-wicket. Good shot, good confidence boosting stroke from Bavuma. Nicely behind. He's been trained under the watchful eyes of Hamid Hassan, the legendary fast bowler from Afghanistan. Played a significant part in rise of Afghanistan cricket, currently the bowling coach. There has been keen desire, a conscious approach from Afghanistan cricket to think about the aspect of exploring the fast bowlers as they go along to compete against high quality oppositions.
That's a good thought process, because as they go around the world they're not going to get too many surfaces that turn, because people will know that that's their strength. Doesn't give him a single, so 9 runs from the 5th over, 24 without loss.
South Africa in the chase, 24 without loss. Here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium in United Arab Emirates, Mohammad Nabi at the age of 39 comes to bowl. 169 wickets for him, 5 for 17 his best figures. That ball turned sharply. He has to play a big role in the absence of Rashid Khan.
There we've seen
Hamid Hassan supposed to fly out tonight and go to Jodhpur to participate in Legends League. He has been outstanding figure for Afghanistan over the years. Since his induction as a bowling coach, he infused new sense of energy and passion among the boys, and no wonder the results have been extraordinary. Delivery once again, a drifter.
Now he started well, he's getting a bit of assistance as well from the pitch. Because he's got to just be a little bit careful about trying to give himself too much room and open up the offside, because the ball isn't bouncing steeply. This time he almost looked like he wanted to go offside, but Nabi followed him with a quicker delivery and he dealt with this superbly, 94 kilometers per hour, and the late, we actually can see a little roused smile there. Temba Bavuma probably walked past and said, gosh, good shot that one.
shot, played with the angle, went with the stroke. Got the best possible position there, had that skidded up slow through the air. He's creating magic here. Better performance from Nabi in this tournament. He hasn't been able to provide the team with the kind of wickets that he's known for. Services were not required, but today is the day to change the fortunes for the team. Not enough runs on the board. Take the wicket in the first over. Excellent delivery. Drifted down the leg side. 6 gone, 28 without loss. Hashmatullah Shahidi, captain for Afghanistan, winning the toss and batting first, 169. A disappointing batting performance. Gurbaz 89. Doesn't for getting 31. Change of ends for Allah Mohammad. Now from the pavilion end with slip in position. Lovely tossed up delivery. Afghan spinners have been brilliant in this series, recognizing the conditions, finding the ideal line and lengths, getting the maximum purchase out of the surfaces here. Quite conducive for the spin bowlers and made sure that made it count. Over the top, excellent stroke from Babuma.
Got the feeling in the last game that Temba Mavuma was coming to terms with how to deal with Kazumfa. Anytime he saw something that was a bit elevated, he could go up and over. That'll be part of his game plan. If it's given some air, it's probably going to go away from me. But on that occasion, it was actually the one that was going to come in. But it just started out nice and wide, and that's why Temba was able to open up that offside.
Extra cut around 20 yards from the bat. Looking to attack the stumps. 62% on good length. Ball accurately throughout the tournament, hitting stumps more often than not. 76%. The Afghan spinners. Goes again, another outstanding stroke from Babuma. Second boundary from the over.
This is the one I was talking about. So the last delivery was just 88 kilometers per hour. Kazumfa operates around 96, 97. And because Temba's now worked it out, his eyes lit up. He just waited, held his position, and then made sure he could go up and over. Beautifully played.
Beautifully balanced. Executing the stroke. 36 without loss now. 36 of 41, the partnership, the opening partnership. Reading the variations well. Babuma looked comfortable in the previous game as well.
Africans got off to a good start, good opening partnership in the last game. Then once the first wicket went, they all kind of collapsed after that. Once again, a decent go of things. 36, just under 7 overs.
Nicely worked on the onside for a single. 9 runs from the over, 37 without loss. South Africa have always been competitive on the field with ball or bat, and excellent response today with the ball first. Now up to a solid start, 37 without loss. And searching for a wicket with two spinners in tandem. Singles and twos haven't been problems. Bavuma has been central to this partnership, 38 without loss. Good wicket on the boundary. Straight to the man, dropped. Captain Hashmat dropping.
Yeah, that's not good. That's exactly what Bangladesh, Afghanistan needed. They needed to pick up that first wicket. He was dropped in the last game as well, Dazorzi, against off the same bowler. It was the slog sweep that time, and he was dropped deep in the mid-wicket area. Oh, that could have been 2 from 2. Don't know if that dropped short. It could be tight. Oh! Just need a bit of sawdust out of there.
It's all happening here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. First Hashmat dropping the catch. Another opportunity. And Azmat dropping the catch. Straightforward catch. Forcing stroke. He has created opportunities indeed, Nabi.
One of those bowlers who's very consistent, and because he kind of doesn't have the mystery, the batters try and take him on. But 2 opportunities, desperate to get a first wicket of Afghanistan, and it hasn't been the case.
Got to tighten up the things. 2 chances created. Straightforward catch to Hashmat, the captain of the side, just losing the ball at the last moment. And straightforward, another opportunity. Low though. You can understand the disappointment from Hamid Hassan, the bowling coach. To find fielders, dropping to simple catches. He could have taken a wicket. 8 overs gone, 40 without loss, South Africa. Allah Muhammad to continue. Knocks him over. Good accurate delivery from Allah Muhammad. Jubilation in Afghan camp. Bavuma is gone, he's out, he's bowled for 22.
Yeah, we were complimenting Bavuma in the last over that he seemed to have worked things out. He seemed to have it all covered. Ghazenfly gets this one perfectly directed. Just a little bit of purchase, goes between bat and pad, clatters into that off stump. There's been a couple of drop catches, missed opportunities from a run-out perspective, but eventually Afghanistan get their breakthrough. Bavuma, he has to be on his way for 22. South Africa now, 44.
Bavuma is out. Reza Hendricks comes at number 3 for South Africa, a right-hand batter. Has been really struggle for Reza Hendricks this series, playing against the spin bowlers. 955 runs in 37 appearances, averaging 28. One century to his credit as well.
That century was actually on his debut. Played 37 matches or 37 innings since then, but he got that 100 in Sri Lanka on his debut. Played superbly on that occasion. But this is going to be a challenge. The spinners asked a lot of questions of him in the last match, and let's see if he's got some sort of different game plan.
Wicket delivery this time around. A magnificent delivery to get rid of Bavuma.
You get the feeling Bavuma was just not quite sure what this one was going to do, because he was out in front of himself, left that gap between bat and pad, and Gazanfar gets it to turn. It was like the slower offie. Timber's been looking for anything that was slower, kind of turning away as the cannonball.
Like he shot it much quicker. He's got all the variations. The up spin, head on delivery, googly, leg spin as well. Slider. A lot of variations up his sleeves, and he's got a lot of confidence about executing in game situations as well.
Yeah, the volume's gone up. The crowd have got behind this team now, and slip, wicket keeper, short cover. Everyone's having a few words to say in between deliveries. Starting to build some extra pressure.
Till Bavuma was there, there was a sense of security, stability at the top of the order for South Africa. Since his departure, it's a different game altogether.
The feeling Hendricks has to put something away here. If he gets something loose, he really has to assert himself on this innings. He has to show this Afghanistan bowling lineup that he does feel confident in his ability.
Nicely worked into the gap on the offside. Good placement. Will pick up a boundary. Some relief for Hendricks.
This is a huge moment for him. Actually, the perfect delivery. Just a little bit of width that came on at a decent pace, 97 kilometers per hour. Just able to open the face. And at this stage of the innings, the best thing that happens is that the placement is good. It goes away. You can sometimes pick out the fielders because you've just come to the crease, and being able to deflect the ball in the right area is not quite on cue. But he's done that well.
He doesn't bowl. I was speaking to Allah Muhammad just before the beginning of the play today. He was of the opinion that something happens to the surface or to the ball after 10 or 15 overs under lights in the second innings. It's more, all of a sudden the ball starts gripping, turning and bouncing. Softer ball, spinners will definitely come into play. Beautifully bowled. Wicket from the over. 44 for one South Africa in the chase.
Yeah, it's been an interesting power play into the 10th over. 1 wicket down, and that too of Timber Bavuma, who was playing really nicely.
Tony Dezorzi, a little bit of a charmed life so far. Dropped by the captain, Hash Butula. And dropped by Omar Zai. That's extra cover in the space of 2 balls. And then he was almost run out, actually, trying to complete a single after that second drop.
Got to be a record, huh? 3 lives in 2 balls. Because that run out was a genuine chance as well. And they call it never run on a misfield. Could have been really, really costly for Zorzi. Well, he's still out there in the middle. He's got a job to do. Oh, he's big shout from Nabi. No interest shown from the umpire.
Looked as though that was going past off stump to me.
Only asking about review if they want to take it or not. Seems like they have gone for the review.
Key umpire to director. We have a play review for leg before. Original decision is not out. I have checked the feet. It's fair delivery. Can you start with front on first? Ball is near to the bat. Can you confirm by a try? Copy. Right is coming. Forward, move forward. There is gap between ball and bat. Bloodline. Satisfied. Bat is not involved. Move on to ball checking. Pitching outside off. Impact umpire call. Wicket hitting. Stay with your original decision. Not out. You on screen. Signal now.
Very good decision, I think, that. Point of impact, umpire's call as to whether it hit him in line with off stump or not. My initial impression was that it had hit him a fraction outside off stump, so I think giving the batter the benefit of the doubt there is perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, he shuffled a little bit across, and that's the reason why umpire thought the impact was outside the off stump.
Real struggle this one for Reza Hendricks, though. He made 9 in the first game, 17 in game 2. Test of his character in these conditions. Two is the call from Dezorzi, but he's not going to get two. Really good work that by Mohammed Kazanfar. The end of the over, 10 gone. South Africa at the end of the power play, 46 for 1. So the first power play done and dusted. Zire. That's the start of power play number 2. 4 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle now. It was just 2 for the first 10 overs. With those 4 fielders outside the ring now, there's a few more gaps inside the 30-yard circle, and that allows Hendricks to turn the strike over.
Well, I think Timba Bawuma was playing really nicely against Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar early on until he finally was able to dodge one and get him out. But even at this stage, with his 5 more overs, it's not going to be easy. Yeah, South Africa, courtesy to their brilliant bowling. But let's have a look about Rahmanullah Gurbaz. Early on, he was umpire. The kids were there, and he was serving as an umpire. And we'd hit a 6, and he gave it out. Look at that. Oh no, not that. But there was a shot there. And later on, he was not happy with the decision made by Izzatullah Safi. It's gotta be out.
Or leading edge from Hendricks. It's just gone past slip. Picks up the single, but again, not convincing. Really is tough work for him in these conditions.
Yeah. So another 5 overs from Ghazanfar are not going to be easy. And Reza Hendrick really didn't have a clue leading age. Lucky. Not getting into the hands of Muhammad Nabi usually is a very safe fielder. Had been a little closer to him. Would have been curtains for Reza Hendrick, who's been looking for runs. He hasn't scored runs in this series, remember. To open and then coming down as a one down. Oh, it's a catch! Has he held on to that? And Tony DeZorzi, after 2 lives, seems to have lost his wicket. They'll check for the catch, but Ghazanfar looks confident.
2 umpires consulting. Yes, they are going to go upstairs.
TV umpire director, you have umpired you for fair catch. I have checked the feet, it's fair delivery. Can you give me an angle? I don't. Get on forward. Frame by frame. Okay, I'm satisfied. It's bounced before we caught the ball. My decision for the big screen.
Ahmed Shah Pakteen, the TV umpire. A fairly straightforward decision there. DeZorzi was always convinced it was on the half volley. He stayed put.
It's not been easy. A few minutes for Tony DeZorzi. Ball just falling short of Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar.
Just checking to see if that last delivery was a no ball. It is confirmed as a no ball, and so it's a free hit.
Well, a good way for Tony DeZorzi to open his arms and smash a big one.
That brought up the 50. Six. I'm not entirely sure DeZorzi even middled that, but goodness me, went a long way. That's how you deal with a free hit.
Yeah, quite a big no ball. I'm being told that Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar has bowled a no ball in every game. What a shot that was, Brian. Even not middled enough, still enough for a maximum.
With where the square is, where the pitch is rather on the right-hand side of the square, it's the longer side of the ground. We're just checking as to whether the free hit delivery, whether that was a no ball as well. Goodness me, if it was, it would be criminal. No, he's got away with it. Ghazanfar, he's obviously right up against the line each time. Be careful about that. That'll be a wide. Scruffy over this one.
Yeah, already 11 of it. That is the maximum. Sometimes these dipping full tosses, you know it's a full toss, you might just think want to take it out, but sometimes they're not as easy. Get him out of the park.
Bit of damp getting onto the ball, so Ghazanfar just using a rag to remove that dampness. And DeZorzi will keep the strike, bumping it down to long on. 11 overs gone, and South Africa 58 for 1.
Ramanullah Gurbas. He sit down for 11 overs. Back out onto the field now. Remember he made 89 earlier, 94 balls. Mohamed Nabi. The bowl again from the Sharjah club end. Nabi's been very effective so far. Got a fair amount of turn, and there you are, there's confirmation of it. Much more turn than Gazanfar, but of course a large degree of turn isn't always quite effective, because it can mean you can spin the ball only past the bat but also past the stumps as well. Realisation from Hendricks. You know, 111 still to win, Ahmed. And of course, who's to know how significant that 9th wicket partnership was for Afghanistan. A total from 133 to 166. Runs could be very crucial in the final analysis in a low-scoring encounter.
Absolutely, exactly 33 runs. That could be vital. Have to see how things change. Talked about the turn Nabi is getting, tells you about perches on the surface. That won't make it easy, but remember, we do not have the services of Rashid Khan tonight. And his 10 overs times are very much decisive. At the same time, he's carried that awe against the oppositions. But that'll be a sense of relief for South Africa batting down and chasing this target of 170. It's not been a bad over from the viewpoint of the batting team. 4 singles is how you want to go about your business. You're not chasing down a big total. The required run rate is only under 3. What else would you want? And you're already scoring at around close to 6.
You mentioned no Rashid Khan, Ahmed. It's a good test for the other spinners in the side, particularly Karoti and Gazanfar, in a position to step up. Big shout for LBW, and the finger's gone up. Dazorzi trapped on the back foot, and he's not even bothering to consult with his batting colleague. He's on his bike straight away, back to the pavilion, and Nabi, who's bowled so well, he's got a lot of spin this evening, but this one just skidded straight on, and that's what's done for Dazorzi.
Yeah, this one with the arm angle, and this is plumb. Dazorzi knew it, that's why he didn't bother about taking the review. Umpire took some time deciding about it, finally raising the index finger, saying it is out. Dazorzi departs after making 26. South Africa are 62 for 2.
Aidan Markram, who captained the side in match 1 of this series, in at number 4. He's in at an absolutely vital point in this match. Won't face an on-striker's end as first wicket fell off the final delivery of the previous over. This is why he's here. No inside edge for Dazorzi to save him.
When you talk to Nabi, he'll always enjoy bowling at the left-hand batters. He has that knack of taking the wickets of the left-hand batters. There are some off spinners who have constantly been good at this. Navi has also been really senior and seriously experienced customer. Farid Ahmed into the attack, who's been playing his first match into this ODI series.
Bustling left arm seamer, and straight away he's round the wicket. Not even standing on ceremony to operate over the wicket at the beginning of his spell. Attacking the stumps immediately. No swing for him. That's his view of the situation. He'll try and do what Faisal Haq Farooqi has done so effectively in the first 2 matches of this series. Attack those stumps. See if he can prey on any mistakes by the South Africa batter.
And he's got good short pitch deliveries as well. He's got a deep fair leg place there. You know, at this stage of the game, you won't be expecting the batter to go for a glory shot and give away your wicket, but he's a good bowler. He's been bowling Afghanistan for so long, and tell you what, Hashmatullah Shahidi really is always full of praises for Farid Malik. Now South Africa need to build partnership. Afghanistan, on the other hand, will want a couple more. This is a good shot. Aiden Markram and Riza Hendrick need to put together a partnership.
Best bowling for Farid Malik, 3-4-56. That was against Zimbabwe in Harare, June 2022.
Yeah, I remember talking to him in that match. I was pretty happy with his performance on that day. Really bowled brilliantly against Zimbabwe. Oh. What just happened there?
A bit too paced, the surface. So Markram just done by the ball holding in the pitch a little bit, I rather fancy.
Remember in the first match, he got it chopped back onto the stump. Lucky this time around, not much of an angle. But nonetheless, he didn't get onto the ball as expected to time it nicely. So that should create trouble for the batters. But this won't. That is a beautiful shot. What a glorious looking shot this has been. Beautifully fielded by Azmatullah Omarzai. That should give some confidence to Aiden Markram.
A bit of width for the batter there to deal with. Talking about Farid Malik. Bowling round the wicket, attacking the stumps. A bit of width, just giving Markram the opportunity to free his arms, taking full advantage. First over from Farid, just 3 runs from it, 65 for 2.
Needed good start to this run chase. His partnership held at 40. Danfar, man, a real handful, but Nabi, he's joining in on the action here. He's a Hendricks. Seems to be having great difficulty against the off spinner.
Yeah, 10 of 17. You do think that
felt it in the last game too, just getting down on one knee and looking to maybe paddle it. That area there might be a good option. Manages to work it off his pads this time. Markham has had plenty of experience around the world, a lot of T20 leagues. You think of the IPL and the amount of spin he would have faced in the matches and the practice. See what game plan he employs here tonight. Yeah, and you certainly expect an Aidan Markham to take the leadership from here onwards, take accountability, get yourself in.
Get the team across the line. I think where South Africa has got themselves into trouble is not one of these top order batsmen taking accountability.
One of those situations where Markham actually can take his time to get himself in. There's no need to keep up with any scoring rate. It's rate required is less than 5 and over. In fact, less than 3 and over. They're going at 5 and over. He'll be disappointed he hasn't been able to have a big impact with the bat as yet. Perfect opportunity for him to just be there, stay there. As you say, shoulder the responsibility of getting his team right down. 100 runs required.
Yeah, I certainly feel it's the kind of surface where the touch game comes to mind. I think it's a surface where you can go and try and bully the ball. Use your finesse, your hands, soft hands, little laps, paddles.
Good fielding backing up for what has been a good over. Just 2 from it, 67 for 2. Farid Malik just used for that 1 over, and just they got the feeling that the spinners are going to be more effective. So Karoti is now introduced with his left arm spin. Bowled us some nice accuracy the other night. Picked up 3 wickets, was it? Awful. He'll be full of confidence. He's had a good start to his ODI career.
Add one to that figures that you were talking about the other night. 4 for 26. And pose a different threat here to the South African batsman. He comes from wide of the crease. That's exactly what he's trying to do. He's trying to angle it in and then just straighten off the surface. This was him on Friday night. That's the mode that he's looking to bowl. You can see he's darting it in. Couple turning, that one went on with the arm. That's how he wrapped up the South African innings. Beautiful straighter one to Lungengedi.
He got smacked on the head like that from the captain. He had his concussion test but came through with flying colours. It's one of those guys, he's a little bit round arming, bowls from quite wide, but the key to him is he doesn't get much bounce. So he hits a length which goes on to hit the top of the stumps, but he also gets that turn. Just gets the ball to straighten up nicely.
Yeah, he's also flat and skiddy. I'd like to see perhaps Aidan Markham taking a bit of a different guard, show him the stumps.
Goes for the sweep shot, doesn't get it out the middle. I think he was thinking deep mid-wicket. He made a little gesture as the ball was heading down the square leg on the fence that they're going to go more to deep mid-wicket. But because of Roger not being the tallest, it can be difficult to sometimes get underneath that. Good start by Karoti, just the 3 singles, 70 for 2. Well, it's nice to see the worms. It kind of gives you an idea of where you are in your innings. The key, though, is that Afghanistan just batted for the 35 overs, so South Africa can take their time, and even if their worm is underneath the blue worm, they've got those extra overs to bat.
That's an excellent option from Aidan Markram. You have to look to play 2 square, but get yourself into the line. I think where Reza Hendricks get himself into trouble from time to time, he's looking to play everything through the offside. It's so difficult when the ball is turning.
Get across and work that leg side, and it was just the slider of a delivery from Nabi.
Much better option from Reza Hendricks. From time to time, I think Reza Hendricks, he gets himself into trouble when he's just lacking intensity. When he's playing at his best, he shows that intensity. For the first time in this innings, he comes down the wicket to try and take the turn out of it.
Years of experience from Nabi. He doesn't have the mystery that a lot of his fellow spinners in his team have, but he's got the accuracy, he's got the guile, he's got the ability to drift the ball away and get the odd one to turn sharply. 5.4 overs, 1 for 17.
Nabi's been around the block, subtle variations. So effective when it comes to these kind of conditions as well. Know his game inside out.
Range of field means that gap squarer was open. That's the one that Markham finds. With no real damage done. 3 runs from that over, 73 for 2. So no doubt that these guys do get through their overs pretty quickly. No issues with the over rate. There's the sweep. I think just has gone on with the arm. Did it straighten enough? That'll be about the consultation. Look on the angle, I think it just kept going down. As we said, it's a difficult shot to execute because he's not the tallest bowler. Karoti doesn't really get the ball to bounce where you can use that bounce to slog it over deep mid-wicket, but they are going to send it up.
TV umpire director, we have a play review for leg before. Original decision is not out. I have checked the feet, it's fair delivery. Can we start with front foul first? Front on is coming. Ball is near to the bat. Can we confirm by Altrage? Altrage is building. Okay, roll forward, forward. There is gap between ball and bat. No spikes, satisfy with not in wall. Move on to ball tracking. Thank you. Pitching in line and picked in line. Wicket is missing. Stay with your original decision, not out. You are on screen, signal now.
Stays just because of the shot rather than the probability. just maybe looked like it could be out. Comfortably missing that leg stump. Interesting to see if Markham puts that slog sweep to rest for a while.
Yeah, it's such a difficult shot to play when there's no bounce. I've made mention of the fact that Karoti is low, almost get the ball to skid onto you. So I think we have to give a lot of credit to the umpiring in this game. It's been brilliant. Now that's a much better option from Aidan Markham. Try and hit the sweepers.
Have a look at that decision again. You can see there's not much bounce there. He was going to make contact with just under the top of the stumps, and that's what Karate delivers. Hendricks plays that one nasty off the back foot, manages to beat the short cover. His issues so far against the spin. It's been difficult to get it to work it away. Not a massive amount of bounce, and I don't know if he's reading all the variations as clearly as at other occasions, but every time he's tried to be a bit more inventive, it hasn't been able to pull it off as well. Another good over here from Afghanistan, just the 2 singles, 75 for 2, and the players will now have a welcome refreshment. Wonderful cricket grounds around Afghanistan. South Africa 95 required of the 33 overs. Markham has 8 of 18, Hendricks 14 of 26. There hasn't been a boundary for the last 37 deliveries, so make that 38. It's well over 6 overs. It was Tony DeZorzi who got a low full toss and smashed it out the ground. That was the last boundary. So you can see the struggles of the South Africans, but thankfully for them, there's no scoreboard pressure in any rate to have to go at.
Yeah, no, we're so accustomed to seeing the ball flying out the ground. This scenario equation doesn't require any sort of big shots. They want South Africa to build a little bit of momentum, perhaps in running between the stumps. Absolutely no pressure from the scoreboard, so no need to take added risk at this stage. It's for both of these guys to get themselves going. They'll get there by just picking up ones.
No one square of the wicket. Is it open to a sweep shot from Aiden Markham? No, he just turns it for a single. And we talk about how consistent Nabi's been and how he lands it in the right area more than often. We'll have a look at one of his pitch maps after this delivery just to show you how accurate he's been. Well run by the South Africans, back for the second. Oh, direct hit. It was just a little noise as it went past the stumps, and then I watched the bail just pop itself off. So they'll send it up. Just have a look.
Umpire director, we have umpire review for run out at the bowling end. Can you give me side on angle? Roll forward, forward, forward. It's grounded, is bat. Satisfy my decision for big screen.
Not out, and I think that finish of Aiden Markham wouldn't have been out of place at the 100-meter final at the Olympics. Got his head first. Good low body position. Gained a millimetre of a second.
Yeah, there's a couple of those sprinters that wish they had a bat in hand or a bat in hand. That was an awfully close finish. What an exciting race that was.
Saw some footage the other day of a guy who got to within 5 meters of the line and he started to kind of trip, so he just launched himself, put in the big dive, managed to get home. There is that pitch map of Nabi. You can see the consistency. That's obviously to right-handers and left-handers. In the area that he hits, he doesn't over-pitch, he doesn't drag down too short, so it's difficult to get him away. That's a decent over for the South Africans. 5 from it, 80 for 2.
So that's the match situation. South Africa 80 runs in the bank and another 90 for victory. On paper, it looks fairly straightforward, doesn't it? Oh, that's straight off the top edge. Ikram Ali Kale takes the catch. Riza Hendricks goes. And Farid Ahmed makes the breakthrough. Niall O'Brien alongside me, and that brings to an end a very difficult series for Riza Hendricks.
Huge blow, massive wicket for Afghanistan. Farid Ahmed bangs it in, 131 Ks, but beats Riza Hendricks for pace. And this is a really good catch, and the reason I think is a good catch, because just there, he's calling the bowler out of the way, but also the fielder, and he has to contend with the stumps. He has to be aware of where the stumps are in relation to his body, and he makes sure he keeps himself out of the way of the stumps. Sound catch. Hendricks has to go. Gone for 18. It's game on, 80 for 3.
Much needed wicket for Afghanistan brings Tristan Stubbs to the crease at number 5. Still very much in the embryonic stages, his one-day international career. This is why he's here.
Yeah, good bowling. Left arm around, cramping Mark Reza Hendricks, who was on the charge. It's a really good catch, Brian, because the keeper, Alikil, will know the stumps are just somewhere thereabouts, of where's the ball is going to end up. So you could see actually where he took the catch. He took it quite a bit out of his eye line. Normally you'd like to get right underneath it, but he didn't have that luxury because of the stumps. It's a really good catch.
Stubbs off the mark.
Very fine keeper. Ali Keel. Just have a look here. First of all, to get the bowler and fielder out of his way. Ideally, he would have been probably another foot across the left of the screen to take it right in the eye line, but he couldn't because he knew the stumps were there, so he had to keep his body out of the way of the stumps to avoid a collision, which would have resulted in probably putting the catch down. So it looks like a simple routine catch, but that's an excellent bit of work. He's a fine keeper. I said it before, the second ODI, excellent gloveman.
He's a bustling fast medium bowler, Farid, diminutive in stature, but he hits the bat a lot harder than you expect.
Yeah, quite a bit of shoulder in the action. That last ball, 134k, so it's quick enough. Oh, Zadran, Naveed Zadran ball 140 plus earlier on, so good support acts to the likes of Faruqi and Azmatullah Omarzai, waiting in the wings, getting an opportunity tonight. Good to see.
Was that a chance? It went very fast off the outside edge and low. Perote at backward point. Did he get his hands under this?
Well, he's a superb fielder. He's gone to his strong left-hand side. Really seen him tonight with electric work in the deep with a bullet arm. There wasn't much time to make any ground because it was hit so firmly from Aidan Markram. Whether he had the chance to maybe get forward, I'm not sure.
End of the over, 82 for 3. $82 for 3 then, South Africa. I'm not sure whose camp I'd rather be in at the moment. Whose camp would you rather be in, Niall?
I think South Africa are well placed. And turn quickly, but back to the previous game, Tristan Stubbs on the sweep. There was a judge to be out, caught by Nabi, who was backtracking off Rashid Khan. And a couple little scratches on the snicko as it went past, but Tristan Stubbs was not happy. A bit of turn there. A little bit of grip. And just hear the keeper, Shabash. Good, good. More of the same, they say. Nabi's at slip. Afghanistan not giving up here yet.
Which is why I asked the question, because on paper it looks a fairly straightforward chase here for South Africa. They've got bags of time, 7 wickets in hand. But of course, we know in the last game they lost all 10 wickets for 61.
Yeah, that's why Afghanistan and Ashfatullah Shahidi and all the players are just hang in there. Hang in there as long as you can. Give this crowd, a good crowd, a couple of wickets to cheer about, and all of a sudden, tides will turn. Just getting up and about now, the crowd as well. Healthy on a Sunday evening. So a very good crowd here on Friday evening. Atmosphere is electric. Leg side open now, so Kurote saying go across the line if you wish.
So much now depends on Markram, the experience of Markram. I think it's probably his job just to bat through now. And the others can play around him. There's good cricket in this over, though. That's 4 singles. All of them secured without any risk at all. End of Kurote's over, 86 for 3. Five bowlers used so far. That angle that the left armers use, we've seen it with Faisal Haq Farooqi, now we've seen it with Farid Ahmed, round the wicket, quite wide of the crease. Makes the batters question where their off stump is. They can play a couple of play-ons in the first game against Faisal Haq Farooqi.
Just there, that angle there, and just Tristan Stubbs just left enough of a gap inside edge onto pad. Look at this, the angle. So right there as a batter, what Tristan Stubbs really needs to do is forget the initial line of the ball, because when he saw the line of the ball there, Stubbs, he was aiming for a cover drive or a punch through square cover, but you have to take into account where the ball's going to travel to, so you really got to aim down the ground for as long as you can.
There's Sean Pollock, one of our co-commentators, advocates the South Africa batters just moving across their stumps a little bit, almost batting on off stump, just to try and take that angle out of the equation if they possibly can.
Yeah, he knew a thing or two about batting, Pollock. I've heard about it in the last week. All those test centuries he scored and the one that wasn't. Not a bad ploy though, get down the pitch and outside the line. Tristan Stubbs, big guy. Half stride down will take LBW out of the equation.
Yes, no, excuse me. And Karote at backward point. He's like a little electric eel there.
I think they were a band, the Electric Eels. An interesting game for running between the wickets. Africa got plenty of run-outs.
Swimming in the Sharjah Club this evening.
I knew that Electric Eel rung a bell. It was a song by a band called MGMT.
You're going to have to get your glasses changed. It says electric feel.
We'll never let the truth get in the way of a good story. And yes, my eyes, my mince pies are gone, as they say.
End of the over, and that's a maiden from Farid Ahmed, 86 for 3. Less than 3 runs and over required by South Africa. Bit of turn there from Karote. All those dot balls that South Africa have accumulated in this series against spin. Markram trying to change that narrative though. Dumping slog sweep. He failed to affect that with the previous delivery, but he got that one right out of the middle.
He does so well here because it's a lot fuller than he really wants. It's almost a Yorker in the end. The premeditation from Markram was there. Didn't quite get the ball he wanted, but he got plenty of it. He needed that too. He's been struggling a bit. He was 12 off 28 before that boundary.
Now over extra cover. Successive boundaries for Aidan Markram. That'll break the shackles.
Too good a player, Brian. Aidan Markram, too good a batter to keep down for long. That is a great shot. Up and over the leg side. And what he does well there, keeps that front leg out of the way.
For those successive boundaries, there'd been no hit to the fence for 50 deliveries.
Such a good shot. Holds the bat low, Aidan Markram, so he's got good control over the blade. Just lifts it over with that bottom hand, really, just up and over extra. That's a great shot.
Stubbs bunts it down the ground to keep the strike. 10 runs off the over. That's better from South Africa. 96 for 3. All the little landmarks will be counted down in the South Africa dressing room. And in 4 runs' time, they'll reach 3 figures. On his toes, Stubbs, that's nice. Punching out to deep cover. Omazai out there. Haven't seen him with the ball this evening so far. No, yeah, is the call from Tristan Stubbs. In the end, a very comfortable single. It's to the left hand of Karote. He's a left-hander at backward point, but in the end, no alarms for the batters. Important innings this for Tristan Stubbs. It's an important tour for him because there are a whole host of players who, for one reason or another, aren't part of this South Africa squad. He's not an experienced one-day international player. He's much more highly regarded as a 2020 international. Can he establish himself in this format?
I think South Africa need to invest time in Tristan Stubbs. He's got all the ability. Tall, strong. Seems to have a very good temperament. I don't know the lad at all, but when you watch him play on big stage in the T20 format around the world, he seems to take pressure well. The IPL. I think he can be a real all-format star for South Africa. Batted number 3 in the recent Test match in the West Indies. I don't think he's a Test match number 3 yet. Definitely in red ball cricket, I would love to see him have a good long run at maybe a number 4 or 5. But he's definitely a match winner in white ball cricket for sure.
What a baptism of fire he had in Test match cricket. Made his debut in that 2-day Test match in Cape Town, which was played on a really difficult surface against India. Aidan Markram got 100 in that match, but very few other people even reached double figures.
It was a tricky surface. Wasn't easy to bat on. Not easy opponents either, India. Great cricket side.
Really wide of the crease there, Farid Malik.
He's been impressive, Brian. He's got enough pace. He's been in and around that 135-kilometre mark, which is, it's not fast, but it's sharp enough. And the angle he's using, have a look at this, Brian, what you're talking about here. First of all, he's wide on the crease. Skiddy. He's nippy. He's all in here. Plenty of energy through the crease. Have a look at this. Oh, I'm thinking Wahab Riaz. Thinking a little bit of Wahab. Former Pakistan quick.
Really good testing over that. 3 runs, including the wide from it. 99 for 3.
South Africa need another 71 runs to win in 27 overs. A partnership building, 19 of 30 between Markram and Stubbs. Change in bowling. Along into the attack, 1 for 28. That will Caplow skid it through. Slightly different conditions, effect of the dew as well. Much a bite of the surface now. Skidding off the surface. Afghanistan need a wicket. Back straight down the ground for a single. 100 up for South Africa in the chase. Much better batting performance in response after doing a fantastic job with ball in hand. Bundling out Afghanistan for 169. In the commentary box, I'm Devendra. With me is Phil Lender.
Yeah, good evening, Devendra. Good evening, all our viewers. Crucial stage in the game for South Africa. In actual fact, for both teams. This is a massive partnership. Markram, Stubbs. Just get the sense that they'll take their time as they get going, trying to steady the ship, not try and play any reckless shots. I have seen Aiden Markram a little earlier trying to give this inning some sort of injection. Also understanding that whilst they are trying to get themselves in, that you still have to revert the pressure back onto the bowlers. Of course, Afghanistan, they will be comfortable if you're going to be defensive. So you have to find that balance between attack and defense.
Captain Hashmat resorting to spin of Gazinfar to bring about change in their fortunes. Legendary Hamid Hassan. Watching it from the sidelines, expects few changes in maybe their strategy to bring about a wicket.
Yeah, and the reason I say this is a big partnership for South Africa, I think we've seen their struggles in the first 2 ODIs. Next in for South Africa is Karl Verreynne and Vian Mulder, the all-rounder. From an Afghan perspective, you would feel that if you can get 1 year, you'd open the door. I've seen a bit of dew out there, you can see on the wheels.
No wonder there is a clear strategy, conscious effort from the batters to put the ball into the outfield. Strike rotation has been the theme in this partnership.
Get the sense that Gazinfar just struggling to grip that ball at the moment.
Good bowling!
He, of course, he's dependent on the grip of the ball. Balls, those Karen balls at the front of the hand, those are so difficult to control, especially when you have a wet ball in hand, so difficult. South Africa, they will have to be mindful, just keep hitting it on the floor, keep hitting it on the carpet.
Easy, once again, he's knocking it down the ground for a single. 4 singles already from this over of Allah Mohammad.
And I really enjoyed this passage of play from Tristan Stubbs and Aidan Markham. There's a sense of calmness at the crease at the moment. We have seen a little earlier, perhaps guys, Reza Hendricks really struggling to rotate strike. Right now they're picking it up quite easily.
Once again in control of the stroke. 5 singles from 24th over, 104 for 3. South Africa, after not so inspiring performances in first 2 matches, excellent bowling performance, 169 all out. Afghanistan batting first, and then some struggle. And the ball was new, hard and dry. Since then, you reckon that there has been a slight change in conditions because of the dew?
Excellent shot from Aidan Markham. He gets himself into such wonderful positions when he's in. He's a player that can really take the game to the opposition, but it's just a different kind of energy in the South African squad today. Of course, a couple of injuries for Afghanistan, which means Rashid Khan not part of this lineup today. He's been instrumental on Friday. First ever series victory for Afghanistan over South Africa. Heard Captain Temba Bavuma speaking about implementing plans, using the conditions to your advantage today. They were much better with ball in hand, executing those plans. Field in the first 2 games, they perhaps just trying to find their way into the game from time to time. South Africa, a lot more clinical today with ball in hand, but also in the field. It was better body language. 3 runouts. That will often turn a game upside down.
And this momentum will be fruitful given the fact that they're supposed to play 3 T20 or 2 T20 and 3 ODIs against Ireland at Abu Dhabi. Pulled behind square. Good shot, brilliant effort, not enough 4. So the boundary drought is over as well.
Yeah, excellent shot from Tristan Stubbs. He's a tall figure. You can see how he gets on top of this. Trying to go for the short ball with Farid, but didn't get up. Wonderfully controlled, and yeah, valiant effort out in the deep, but couldn't stop it. This is excellent stuff from Tristan Stubbs and Aidan Markham. You make mention of the fact that South Africa, from here they go on to play Ireland in 2 T20s and 3 ODIs, but coming to the UAE, this would have been their big challenge. This was the massive one. Afghanistan, they knew conditions were going to be tough.
Many new players, emerging players getting the opportunity to play here, experiencing this spin. Afghanistan has got one of the best spin bowling attack in the world.
You talk about South Africa, inexperience, but I'd like to differ. There's a lot of experience. Temba Bavuma, Reza Hendricks, Aidan Markham. Those are players who have been around the globe for a little while, playing various different conditions. You'd have expected them to play some sort of leadership role, either setting the score or chasing down, but a bit better here between Stubbs and Markham.
Gets it behind square, get the angle for another single. He's on to 12 of 23. Markham 26 of 37, partnership 30 of 41. Sense of security at the crease.
Yeah, and I suppose just on that topic, when you pick or select squads for various different conditions, you have to be mindful of where these guys are playing most of their cricket. A lot of these players are playing high felt, where they can trust the pace, the bounce, and also in your preparation, you need to change the mindset of trusting that bounce. You know you're going to be playing on lower, slower surfaces, so you have to technically adapt according to conditions.
Not only for the batters to make adjustment as the bowlers as well. 25 overs gone, 110 for 3. South Africa 110 for 3. We need another 60 runs, 150 deliveries, 7 wickets standing. Good attendance once again coming in. Team winning the series already 3-0. That was the expectation coming into this game. Watching Gurbaz in action. Works through the onside for another single. Coming back to that question, batters need to make adjustment, but for bowlers as well, need to bowl different lengths.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with the help of video analysis these days, you can do your preparation way before you even get to a particular condition. Look at the selection of the South African bowling options. Lingin Gidi, Naba Peter, Ndelifet Lekwayo, Vian Mulder, Otniel Bartman, Lazard Williams, Andre Berger. It's going to be a dead ball. And if you had to ask me, bowlers suitable for these kind of conditions, I definitely would go with Lazard Williams. He's low, he's skiddy. He will bring those stumps into play. So very often the term horses for courses comes to mind. When you give yourself the best opportunity of winning games, you want to pick those bowlers who do what is required of them naturally. You don't have to go against their natural attributes.
And also a lot of mental preparation goes into before touring other country, reading about the conditions, watching the videos and mental preparation. But how long does it take to condition your body to make those changes?
Yeah, I think the one thing for me, especially when you tour the subcontinent, we often talk about theatre around the bat. There's a lot happening with the spinners come on. There's a lot of action happening. It happens quickly. Big question is always, can you stay calm under those high pressure situations? Very often it's a matter of finding a bit of grit, a bit of grind to get through those tough phases. Zanfa, that's how he's gone today. He will always be straighter because he bowls those Karen balls that just straighten off a straighter line, and then of course he's trying to bring those stumps into play. Fortunately for South Africa, only the one blue dot. Again, quite full.
Flip in position. Can he carve out a wicket for Afghanistan? Poor delivery, short and wide outside the off stump.
Yeah, I'm a massive fan when you play on slower surfaces, lower surfaces, that you want to bring those stumps into play. From a seam bowling perspective, you want to challenge your bowlers to use the angles on the crease. Give batsmen a different visual. It's important, so batters don't get into a rhythm of facing you on one spot the whole time. We always know spinners, they will play a big part, especially mystery spin. But I have to say, and give a lot of credit to the way South Africa has gone about their business tonight. Zanvar, he was a massive threat in game one. They've gone away, perhaps studied a little bit, try and get some visual clues. They've been much better this evening.
And also his strength has been challenged because of the bit of dew in the outfield, slightly wet bowl, bowling those variations accurately. Seen few deliveries dropping it short. See the amount of dew
You will find every excuse tonight, won't you? Yeah, there is a bit of dew. You can see the wheels of our little buggy just picking up a bit of water on the grass on the outfield.
Also humid conditions. Holding the ball. Nicely played. This has been good work from the two South African batters. In the middle, 26 overs have been bowled, 115 for 3. There is sense of determination the way South African batters going about the business of this chase. 55 to win from 144. Good partnership developing. 35 for 48 between Markram and Stubbs. Two capable batters. Stubbs has a triple century in first-class cricket.
Yeah, he's certainly an exciting prospect. He's a young batter. Recently making his test debut as well, so certainly an all-three format player. Modern day, we don't see a lot of that. He's often trying to specialize either in white ball cricket or test match cricket. It's good to see that there's still a hunger to play test match. Change in bowling now. Karoti back into the attack. This is going to be a big, perhaps the last throw of the dice for Afghanistan.
He's operating with slip in position. Extra cover inside the 30-yard circle. Nicely bowled once again, starting within the stumps.
Yeah, I like this subtle adjustment from Tristan Stubbs. You can see he's sewing him his stumps. From time to time, you almost feel that South African batters gave Afghan spinners a static position. There you can see he's sewing him the stumps intentionally. Trust your defense when you do that, of course.
Hits him on the pad, but certainly going down the leg side. He's got quicker delivery as well. One that he bowls around 110. Got to be careful.
Yeah, just the angle down the leg side. You can see Aiden Markham is trying to go with the angle that's been created from Karoti.
Where is wicket for Afghanistan? Nicely worked through the onside once again. Runs coming easy at the moment. Markram 29, Stubbs 16.
Perhaps like to see a change in the field here from Afghanistan. Try and force one of these batters to take a risk. At the moment, it's just coming too easily. Perhaps bring up mid-on. Make him hit airborne. That's too easy. That's too easy. South Africa will be happy just to rotate strike in the manner which they did right now. We're busy doing at the moment.
Working out the angles really well. Also using the full face of the bat to work the ball down the ground or through the onside. This has been good partnership. A lot of confidence and composure in his stroke making as well. Markram on the strike. Pressing through the offside, straight to Gurbaz.
Yeah, but I like the option from Markram. Again, showing him the stumps, just opening up it offside. Don't have to play it with a straight bat per se, but creating that width that you want. Short, he's going to pick up one. The end of 27, South Africa 119 for 3.
Lovely bowling, lovely bowling.
Firebird production for the Afghanistan Cricket Board. If you've enjoyed the coverage, I'm sure you have.
How much have you enjoyed the game today, Polly? I see you look to be very happy today.
Been stress-free so far. Stress-free. Been a cool, calm day, just like he's had. Nice and relaxed.
You can tell which side he's supporting tonight.
And Nabi reintroduced. He's been good tonight. He's asked a lot of questions, beaten the inside and outside edge of the right-handers, the left-handers. I won't be happy with that. Yo, because Markram's got enough on it. At one stage, I didn't think it was going to carry. But that's a bit of a gift to Aiden Markram.
Yeah, so here's one thing I've noticed with Mohammad Nabi. They usually bring him on early on when there's dew, because later it could be tough. Little short, enough for Markram to smash it for a big one.
You can tell it's his first ball back, because normally when he's in his spell, he doesn't give these kind of deliveries. Doesn't give you anything for free. Nabi, very accurate. Great start to his spell. Drag down and then follows it up with a wide down the leg side.
Yeah, see, the approach to attack from the first ball is how you can trouble the bowlers, even of the caliber of Mohammad Nabi. What would you be able to do different to be able to get a wicket? Because the way the wicket is behaving, it's due, it's skidding nicely. South Africans are batting nicely. Yeah, that shot not considered. Other than that, been very cautious. So what would you do to be able to get a wicket?
Markram trying to change things up here, trying to use his feet. It's not always the easiest thing down to get down to Nabi, because he's got a pretty flat trajectory. Trying to make a late decision, trying to keep him unawares, gets the inside edge, and it's one of those ones that hits you. You think, well, he's got pads and that it can't have been that sore, but it just misses everything and makes contact with the side of the knee. It can be immensely sore. No muscle covering in that area. Just kind of ligaments that go down. It almost gives you a bit of a dead leg just on the inside there. It's almost where the cartilage is of the knee. Very painful.
I'm sure all this comes with a lot of experience. How many times have you received blows over there? Because I think he intended it for another.
We need to come back and get you guys in a series there. And get revenge for the one that we've lost here. So Markram has now recovered. I don't know if he's fully recovered. Oh, that's short. It's up in the air. This could be a catch. No, it's another maximum. Didn't seem like it came off the middle bat. It seemed like a bit of a top edge. But this has been a really destructive over from Aiden Markram.
I thought it was me catching a flight, but it seems to be Markram in rush 50 partnership up. This is what South Africa have been looking for, to build partnership, and what an expensive over this has been. Look at the shot. Made room for himself. For a moment I thought that he didn't middle it, but then Markram it is, and it should be going out for a maximum.
He had a look at his bat afterwards as if to say that was a bit edgy. But still, the contact was enough. Nabi thought he might be in business. Fortunately for Afghanistan, comfortably over. It's already gone for 13, these 4 deliveries. Make that 14 from 5. It's probably going to be the most expensive over of the innings. 50 partnership of 53 now of 60 deliveries. Contributions have been Stubbs 16, Markham 34.
Yeah, I'm especially happy for Stubbs, the fact that he's been able to spend some time out in the middle, going forward to Abu Dhabi to play against Ireland. He needs time out in the middle. Saw him earlier, looked very hungry for runs. End of an expensive over, 133 for 3.
Just confirmation of that contributions to the 50 partnership. It's kind of been a little bit old-fashioned. It's good to see these 2 players just taking the responsibility. It isn't a big score they had to chase down. And they had lost their 3 wickets. They found themselves 80 for 3. It just needed someone to kind of a bit of that old-fashioned digging in and grinding out the runs. And Markham's strike rate's still been pretty good, striking at 80, 85.
Yeah, it's pretty good to see them putting together this partnership, because they know that they can't give away wicket. And the way they've built it, you see 2 6s, 2 4s, and 4 Stubbs as well. Took their time, but then all of a sudden, with the 2 maximum in Afghanistan happening to be giving away their most expensive over, which was the last one, 14 runs by Muhammad Nabi in that over, is the reason why it's only 63 deliveries and 53 runs in that.
That's beautifully played. You were asking me earlier, what can Afghanistan do? And what they've tried to do there is bring an extra person into the inner ring, saying to Aidan Markham, come on, be our guest, take a risk. But he's done it really well here, has Aidan Markham. He's waited for something that was just too straight. Just with a beautiful bat swing, just popped it over mid-on to 49.
Well, this is brilliant batting into his arc, and he knew he could smash it out. And these are now 3 6s in the space of 5-6 deliveries. It's 50. 11th ODI 50 for Aidan Markham. What an innings this has been.
Yeah, that's to go with 300s, and you can see the appreciation from the dugout. He's played really well as Aidan Markham. He was desperate after 2 occasions where he kind of missed out. He was desperate to get a big score, and also desperate to take his team over the line.
No, the 26 dots tell you how much hard he's worked to construct this innings, and that's what you'll want from a player of the caliber of Aidan Markham. Really high hopes from him. Played brilliant cricket for so many years, and good to see him among runs. End of the over, 142 for 3.
Just a further 28 required for the South Africans to register their first victory in the series. Already lost the series by losing the first 2 encounters. And today was a matter of trying to come and restore some pride, and they seem to be on the right road. Reid Malik will be introduced, coming from around the wicket, the Sharjah club end.
Yeah, pretty much clinical performance from Aiden Markram. Came in when team needed him to stay out there in the middle and played some beautiful shots with 2 maximum of Muhammad Nabi's over to make it the most expensive of Afghanistan's spell, and then that one against Nangyal Kharotai, bringing up his 50 in style with 2 4s and 3 6s. What a brilliant performance this has been. Played towards the off in the leg side. Very cautious innings.
This could be close, could be close. Finger goes up, and that is the end of Tristan Stubbs. He wants to review it, and immediately just has a little look over or glance in the direction of Aiden Markram and sends it upstairs.
TV umpire director, we have a play review for leg before. Original decision is out. I have checked the feet. It's fair delivery. Can we start with front on first? Front on is coming. Okay. Ball is close to the bat. Can we confirm by ultra edge? Okay, flat line, flat line. Bat is not in wall. Satisfied. Ball tracking when ready. Ball tracking is building, is it? It's coming. Pitching outside off, impact in line. Wicket is missing. Roll back your decision. Out to not out. Your screen. Signal now.
Yeah, it's always going to be difficult for Reid Malik. And coming around the wicket, he ends up bowling from so wide on the crease that he kind of almost needs to make contact with the back foot. And when someone takes a step in the direction of the stumps, to make sure with that angle, it hits in front, hits in line, and goes on to target the stumps.
I want to see how Stubbs reacted. Finally, the review is in my favor.
Yeah, he stormed off the field last night. Well, not last night, Friday night. He wasn't happy with the decision that he was given on that occasion, but happy that this one's been overturned.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if we could get a chance to see how he reacted, but he's spot on with the angle he's bowling in, and is always going to go and miss the leg stump. And then he straight away looked at Aiden for a moment and then said, let's take the review. Yay!
No! Meets the middle of the bat. Just have a look here at the release. See how wide from the umpire he is, and it's almost on that popping crease way outside there. That's why it's so difficult on that angle to end up making contact in line with and go on and hit the stumps. And those are obviously 2 requirements in order to inflict an LBW. Well, you can sometimes see guys jump across onto off stump because they know that it's almost impossible. You either got to really pitch it full. So just to mention, Aiden Markram, 52 or 56. He didn't hit a boundary, then he hit consecutive boundaries off Nabi, 2 4s. And then you had to wait, and then it was 3 6s in the space of 6 deliveries. They really put a move on. He was patient and eventually got the balls that he could put away.
Yeah, it tells you that certain players make this game of cricket look so easy when they are in the flow and they are batting. It tells you, man, this is just so easy for them.
No run.
brings to the end a fantastic over. Just a single from it, 143 for 3.
"27 runs only needed. 27 only needed for another 120 balls to be bowled. Imagine it's a T20 game and you're only chasing down 27 runs. T20 game, do you remember in the semi-final against Afghanistan, they had to come down and chase something 57 to win their spot into the final?
A shame. It was a difficult one for Afghanistan, wasn't it? I mean, they had to come down after the absolute high of beating Australia and making the semi-final for the first time. It was just a quick turnaround, a day. Had to travel. South Africa were pretty good on the surface. That offered a bit of variable bounce. Just as pretty good as that shot from Aiden Markham. It's going to just be the one note. They're going to be able to get back for the 2. Stubbs is very committed when he's running between the wickets.
And that was a very hard surface. Hardly a surface. When I talked to Asbatullah Omarzai about the semi-final they played against South Africa in the T20 World Cup. It's been a dream tournament for Afghanistan, making it all the way to the semi-final in the T20 World Cup. Beating New Zealand and beating Australia was a really big thing for Afghanistan. And in the space of 8 months only, missed the chance in the ODI World Cup to make it to the semi-final. And then in the T20 format, bang, there you are. It's high in the air, but that will fall into the no man's land. Should be able to collect a couple more. That will bring down the equation to another 23 runs only needed of the entire 20 overs. Few balls bowled.
Yeah, this is the highest score by a South African in the series. You had Bjorn Mulder in the first match, who managed to get a 52, so just 2 50s for the South Africans in this 3-match series. Starting to cut loose, chips it and lands safely. Looking to go straight down the ground. Afghanistan trying to attack and having an extra fielder in the inner ring. Markman thought he could just hit that up and over, but cut across it. Fortunately for him, it lands safely.
Now, one of the things I've seen with Naveed Zadran, played few ODIs since he's made his debut. Every time he hasn't got a lot of runs to bowl at. Just a little unlucky. Wanted the team to score about 300 or something, then you come and bowl and express yourself. He's a good prospect for Afghanistan. Made his test debut, one-day debut. Bowls it quick, fast, and he can only be better with time. Another few deliveries left. How would you be rating him as far his fast bowling action and everything is concerned, being one of the legends of the game yourself?
I think he's got some real potential, some real raw ingredients to work with. I've seen him hovering around. He's only bowling like 137, 138 at the moment, but 140s. I think it maybe just have to learn the variation. I haven't seen a slow ball come out of his hand as yet. Maybe learn the art of the off-cutter, particularly on these kind of pitches. But I think he'd also enjoy getting a chance to bowl in some of the wickets around the world. In Australia and England and South Africa, you're going to get more bounce, more pace. You can have a different mentality. You can have slips in place. You can look to find the outside edge, just do rush batters. But as far as raw ingredients go, there's nothing wrong.
And as a bowler, what wicket do you love the most? The timber, the catch and the slip cordon? What kind of a wicket that really feels that, wow, yeah?
I suppose the different ones. Top of off stump or the stumps rolling over are always the ones that you enjoy. the edges are, you still got to rely on someone taking them. So you get excited sometimes when you get the edge, but does it get grabbed? You always have to wait and see. That's the quickest 50 of the 3 that have happened for South Africa. Just the 45 deliveries required.
And have you measured it ever? How far have you sent the stumps cartwheeling?
Edged and down the leg side, and it'll run away to the fence. No fine leg in place. I don't know about how far the stumps went, but as long as they were moving, I was happy. End of the 31st, 155 for 3.
Another single. That's been the hallmark in this partnership between Steps and Markram. 76 of 80 deliveries. South Africa cruising along, heading towards that victory target. 14 more runs required for the victory.
Just evading the wicketkeeper. Short ball. He's bowled for that plan. He had a leg slip or leg gully. This is excellent from South Africa. This is what South Africa has been crying out throughout the series, a partnership in that middle order. They've been denied by some excellent bowling in the first and second ODI from the Afghan spinners, but tonight managed to put the puzzle together.
This has been the highest partnership for South Africa in this series. Previous best was 73 between Bavuma and Di Giorgi in the second game. Now South Africa need 14 more runs to win. It's been dominant performance, given the fact that they were absolutely fantastic with ball in hand in the outfield as well, taking catches, effecting runouts.
And this will be a massive mental boost for South Africa. They've had a couple of collapses of late. They're able to form this partnership and to drive the team home. They will need more of this kind of performances. They often, top order often get themselves in, but then they get themselves out. Talk about taking accountability, responsibility of getting the team across the line. Afghanistan, they've ticked all 3 of those boxes. Ball, bat, field, but tonight expected South Africa to bounce back. This is a clinical performance. They've been brilliant with execution of the ball a little earlier. This partnership, it's just something about it.
It hasn't been easy today as well. At the beginning, there was ball was turning, gripping and moving as well. Had to negotiate through the tough period, shown the discipline required. The short selection was good. The focus was on a strike rotation, and hence they find themselves in a commanding position.
Yeah, very often when you're faced with those tough situations in the game scenarios, it's more of getting yourself mentally through those tough periods. You need to want to be there. You want to be the man to take the baton home. Very often I feel South Africa from time to time perhaps a little soft.
They have never been soft. They have been known for their competitive spirit over the years, playing with the aggression, brilliant in the outfield. One of the the best sides in when it comes to fielding in 90s and early 2000 as well.
Yeah, you talk about aggression, but so remember perhaps a decade ago what your Graham Smiths, your Callises, your De Villiers, Amlas, Princes, Gibbs. As much as they had the attacking game, they also had the defense. When I say defense, the mindset of having to fight through difficult periods in games in order to win new games. End of 32, South Africa 1-5-7 for 3.
It's a Firebird production for Afghanistan Cricket Board, coming to live from the Sharjah Cricket Stadium in United Arab Emirates. Nicely driven on the rise. Lovely stroke from Makram. 9 more required to win.
Yeah, this is Aiden Markram at its very best. When he gets himself going, this is a shot that you will associate with an in-form Aiden Markram. Just look how tall he gets. He gets on top of the bounce, in full control of that stroke. Beautiful body position moving into the ball, some momentum going into it. Excellent shot.
Nicely struck through the onside. That's been the hallmark in this innings, presenting the full face of the bat. Driving it down the ground or hammering it through the covers, using the angles.
Yeah, I just think overall from, in particular this partnership, the shot selections come to mind. Much better array of shot selections. Not too many risky shots. Where I feel in the first 2 ODIs, there was too much risk attached to the strokes. That's why they got themselves into trouble. That is something that they will learn out in the middle. Yeah, perhaps a Tristan Stubbs. Yes, he played a lot of IPL cricket, so he must also be used to these kind of conditions.
Pulled handsomely. Majestic stroke. And it's gone the distance as well. 6.
Yeah, he's troubled Aiden Markram with a short ball in the previous over. If you're going to bowl a bounce it to this young man, you must make sure that you get it high enough. Because otherwise, he will absolutely blast you. Strong. Look how he gets onto that front foot. Way in front of square.
Sharjah Cricket Stadium has been fortress for Afghanistan cricket team, winning 7 matches on the bounce. Now on the verge of defeat, 2 runs required for South Africa to register their first victory on the tour. Deep square, fine leg on the boundary.
Yeah, and I just think from a South African perspective, they'd have learned a great deal on this tour. Yes, there's a lot of question marks in terms of playing mystery spin. Perhaps something they'll take back. Will have to implement in their preparation for next time they come out this way. Anywhere in the subcontinent, for that matter of fact.
Wants a run. Scores level now. A lot of struggle in the first 2 matches in all departments, bowling as well as a batting department. There has been tremendous response from South Africa. They're known for their ability to bounce back. 2 senior pros, rather Makram in particular, 69 of 66. That's 26 of 42. mid-wicket and short cover. The men from the boundaries coming inside the circle to prevent a single, to avoid the inevitability in this over.
Yeah, you make mention of the fact that South Africa is trying to find or claw their way back into the series. It's a massive adjustment when you come over here. You have to face up to the heat. Not looking for excuses, I think.
Drives gorgeously straight to the fielder. The match will go into the next over. 169 for 3. Scores level. South Africa need 1 run to win. Stubbs on strike, 26 of 42. Almost all the fielders inside the 30-yard circle. Many of them around 20 yards from the batter. Gurbaz into the attack. At the wicket. He's trying to signal the wide. South Africa have been competent today. Excellent response from what transpired in the first 2 matches. They win by 7 wickets. So normal service resume for South Africa.
Yeah, a lot better. They needed to bounce back after 2 dominant performances by Afghanistan. And that is the DNA of the South Africans. Yeah, they know how to bounce back, perhaps a little too late. Well, that partnership between Aiden Markram and Tristan Stubbs, they will draw a lot of confidence. 90 runs in that partnership, coming off 92 deliveries, and that is what it means to that group of men in green and gold. Yeah, don't forget, the first 2 ODIs belong to the men in blue. They've been dominant in the series. They played some fantastic cricket, and more importantly, they were convincing and absolutely clinical in this series, taking the series 2-1. 3-match ODI series, of course, and they put much delight on the faces of their fans.
Winning the series for the first time against South Africa in one-day internationals. Coming into this series, we hadn't won any game against South Africa in T20 or one-day cricket. It's been an outstanding campaign for Afghanistan. Not today, but they were absolutely magnificent in first 2 matches. One-sided victories for Afghanistan. But today it was South Africa's turn, bouncing back and winning by 7 wickets. Excellent atmosphere, good crowd in as well. Seen century from Gurbaz, also a half century today, 89. Azmatullah was brilliant with bat in hand. Allah Mohammad shining in his first appearance after a long time, taking 3 wickets for 20 in the first appearance. Rashid Khan taking 5 wickets on his debut. So overall, they will be satisfied with their performance. Could have done slightly different, better application with the bat in hand. Things could have been different.
Always a good sign when hard-fought battle, 3 ODIs. And the teams shaking hands. Yeah, that man really took accountability and responsibility for getting his team across the line this evening. Aiden Markram for South Africa.
So South Africa winning by 7 wickets. Excellent response. First with the ball, and then when the opportunity was presented in challenging conditions, especially in the first 10 overs, but notable contribution at the top of the order.
because Afghanistan really had bossed them in the first two matches of this series. I've got Sean Pollock and Niall O'Brien alongside me. Sean, you must be doing cartwheels after that victory. You'd asked for more commitment. We saw that in the field from South Africa. It was the sort of performance, really, that I guess they should have produced in game one.
Yeah, I don't think cartwheels at this stage, but definitely an improved performance. We asked them to be competitive, and that's what you wanted from South Africa. They hadn't been in the first two encounters, and they set a good tone early on. I thought their spinners, in Fortuyn and then obviously the fast bowler Lungi Ngidi set a good little balance up front. That first 10 over power play, they picked up a couple of wickets, pushed the Afghan team onto the back foot, and then they kind of never let them off that. So to bowl them out as cheaply as they did, and then it was a responsibility. They'd lost a couple of wickets, but the responsibility that Markham showed in particular is exactly what's required. At the end of the day, yes, it's nice to come and be flamboyant. Yes, it's nice to come and play positively. But at the end of the day, you have to do the job that's required to get your team over the line. And that's what Aidan Markham did. And once he had got to 40, everything was under control. South Africa were going to win. It was just a matter of time.
Yes, it was a funny old game, really, in the sense that Afghanistan's innings only lasted 34 overs and South Africa's innings in response only 33 overs. Afghanistan, they owed an awful lot to Ramanullah Gurbas. Niall O'Brien alongside us as well. Niall, you have to say, Ramanullah Gurbas, 89, it was a terrific innings. It was a lone hand, really, from his perspective and Afghanistan's perspective. But he'll be sitting there this evening in the dressing room and thinking to himself, he left a really big score out there, didn't he?
Yeah, well, I just spoke to Jonathan Trott, the head coach from Afghanistan, and I kind of alluded to that, and Jonathan Trott said he was running out of partners, and he was, to be fair. He had the opportunity to bat for another 15, 17 overs and get, a monster 100. But listen, never easy. I said in commentary, when you get 100 the previous game, sometimes it's not easy to come out and start again. He played so well today. He didn't get a great deal of support. What I liked about it is he played every ball its merits. If there was a ball there to hit, he generally pumped it over the ropes or along the carpet before. He just needed a bit more support. This guy is a class act, Brian. We've been watching him a long time. Does prefer the leg side. We know that, especially when there's spin bowlers on, he likes to sweep and he manipulates the field with those sweep variations. Not much through the offside, but a fine series for Gurbaz, cementing his place as one of the brightest young players on the world stage. So he'll be happy, and Jonathan Trott will be very happy.
And, of course, Sean Pollock, your favourite moment of the day, I think, was Ala Mohammed Ghazanfur's little cameo, 31 from just 15 balls. I know you almost fell off your chair seeing that his previous score was
I'm still going to go. I'm going to go into the stats warehouse and have a look at that. I mean, the fact that his highest score in A-list cricket in the one-day format is 6 runs. I mean, he hit that with a couple of shots. He was hitting them out the ground and absolutely middling them. I mean, I was looking for promotion up the batting order, never mind anything else. I mean, he was really impressive, 31 or 15 at the back end. He gave Afghanistan something to work with. I mean, it would have been a lot worse if he had got out cheaply. But, yeah, he's striking. I tell you what, he's a mighty fine cricketer to have. Those different variations he's got. And then if he can come in at 9 and 10 and whoosh it around like that, every once in a while, a 10 or 15 from your number 9 or 10 gets you over the line, wins you the game.
Well, of course, they got to 169, did Afghanistan, but the reason they struggled, or one of the reasons they struggled, was that South Africa were really, really impressive in the field. We'd spoken about this before the start of play today. Could they be more competitive? And one of the ways they were competitive, they had a little bit of luck there with that run out for Lungi Ngidi, but their fielding, Niall O'Brien, was absolutely sensational today, wasn't it? Temba Bavuma led the way as the captain, but they really were impressive, and that set the tone, didn't it?
Yeah, excellent in the field. Better energy, I think we all felt before the game. There was a lot more energy, buzz around South Africa, which is credit to the South African coaching staff and the captain, because when you're 2-0 down in the series, very easy to come to Sharjah Cricket Stadium and think, oh, Groundhog Day, same pitch, slow surface. It could be another one of those days. So give a lot of credit to South Africa, their mindset for the game. I think they showed throughout the game they were more up for it than Afghanistan. The fielding was electric. Bavuma was always good, and Tristan Stubbs got a bullet on. Some of the running, though, left a lot to be desired, and again, Jonathan Trott was not happy with some of the running, especially from the captain. We saw him, he kind of veered away actually from the line of the ball instead of going straight down, gun barrel straight. Maybe would have made his ground.
Yeah, what I'd like to add in that too is that when you get flatter surfaces, you know, if you're playing in South Africa as a fast bowling unit and you've got 4 class bowlers, you've got slips in place, you're looking for a nip back, you're trying to find the outside edge, trying to knock people over. Sometimes you get to facilities where there's not much going for the bowlers, you know, and it's difficult to find an opportunity to pick up a wicket. We saw that with Afghanistan once South Africa settled into their run chase. And that's where it's so important for a fielding unit to become part of the attack. And that's exactly what South Africa did. Those 3 run-outs, a brilliant catch, something along those lines, that can have a massive influence on the game. So it was good to see that they still, in the heat that they were experiencing, had the mental approach to want to be part of it and want to have an impact.
It was a below-par total today that Afghanistan produced, but those runs still had to be got. And one of the men who was responsible for getting them was Aidan Markram. A terrific effort from him. He ended up with 69 from 67 balls. Really produced, well, a whole load of experience in the way he went about his run chase, and that was impressive, wasn't it, Sean?
It was, and those 2 to the boundaries, those 2 boundaries were back to back. He hadn't gone anywhere up until that stage, and then when Nabi came back, he picked on him a little bit, hit him for 2 sixes, and then the second delivery of the next over hit another maximum out the ground. So it was only 5 boundaries at that stage, but he had absorbed the pressure that he needed to in the situation of the match. It got himself in, and he started to find his feet, and then really started to crest the ball nicely. And obviously, we know his strength, we know his ability to put pressure on the opposition bowling lineup, and eventually he started to do that. So I was impressed with what I saw. He would have been desperate to get a score. Hadn't managed to do anything throughout the series so far, but tonight he was simply superb.
Well, they came to the party in the end, did South Africa, albeit belatedly. But let's rewind a little bit back to the first match of the series on Wednesday. And on that occasion, Afghanistan were all over South Africa like a rash. They won by 6 wickets. And one of the architects of that victory was Faisal Haq Faruqi. 4 for 35 in that match. And he really bowled superbly. Niall O'Brien, they just couldn't figure out the angle at which he bowled, could they, from round the wicket, South Africa?
Yeah, 135 kilometres an hour, so he's not rapid, but what he has got is excellent skill, control, and for a young bowler, his birthday today, he has an unbelievable understanding of what needs to be done and when it needs to be done. So, but 1 over in that first ODI over the wicket. There was no swing, and straight away he said, no, I'm going to come around the wicket, I'm going to attack the stumps. And the South African batters, you see the 3 bulging discs there outside the line of ball, so not equating for the ball travelling back into the stumps. Superb from Faruqi. He's been one of the biggest plus points for the last 24 months for Afghanistan. It's why they are getting to World Cup semi-finals and pushing the best in the world to the limits.
Well, he was outstanding, no question about that, but also outstanding was Ala Mohamed Ghazanfar. We've spoken already about his batting today, but his bowling in the first match when he picked up 3-4-20, that was absolutely fantastic, wasn't it, Sean? He opened the bowling, bowled in the power play as well.
Yeah, he set the tone brilliantly, 3 for 20 in 10 overs. I mean, you can see the amount of movement through the air, the purchase of the wicket. I think the key to him is that when he comes into a series, people haven't seen him much, and it's really difficult to understand what the variations are and how he can get on top of them. I think as the series went on, South Africa started to work him out and started to play him a lot better. But in that first game in particular, I think they were none the wiser as to what was coming and none the wiser how to deal with it. So that's why he had such an impact, and was pretty good in the second game as well.
And Niall, I think you're impressed with Ghazanfar as well, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. I just want to throw a little something in there just to think about really for an Afghanistan point of view. Mujib hasn't played. He's been injured for a while now, and he was always kind of Rashid Khan and Mohamed Nabi's spinning option, their partner in the spin department. I just wonder now with this young Ghazanfar coming through and doing what he's done, IPL winner for Kolkata Knight Riders, playing here, dominating a strong side like South Africa. I just wonder if Mujib now is thinking, sitting at home going, oh, how do I get back into this side? And what a lovely headache, I suppose, for a bowling coach and a head coach, Jonathan Trott, to have. So just interested to see how that one plays out moving forward in the coming series.
So the poor chap's at home injured, and Niall O'Brien said, oh, I don't think he'll get back in the side. That's just something Dewey to think about.
It's a tough school here, isn't
exactly.
it? Goodness me. Well, we're now going to go to the presentation. Everything is in readiness over there, so why don't we go across and join Ahmed Fadai.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace, blessings and mercy of Allah the Almighty be on all of you. Welcome to the post-match presentation of the third and last ODI of this Etisalat Cup powered by Super Cola, an ODI series between South Africa and Afghanistan. Before we start, let's thank our sponsors for their generous support. Etisalat, Super Cola, Bank Milli Afghan, Marhaba Auctions, Kardan University, all of them for their very generous contributions. We have our distinguished panel of guests. Starting from my left are Mr. Naseeb Khan, CEO, Afghanistan Cricket Board, Mr. Qazi Hidayatullah Ghazi, General Consul, Afghan Embassy, Abu Dhabi, Mr. Kifayatullah Nabi Khail, Markham Director, Etisalat, Afghanistan, Mr. Ziaur Rahman Safi, Sales Director, Etisalat, Afghanistan, Mr. Ahmed Nasir, Partner, Marhaba Auctions, Mr. Mujib Amanzai, CEO, Marhaba Auctions, and last but not the least, Mr. Suhail Ahmed, Afghan professional boxer. All right, so we are into the post-match presentation of the very last match played in this ODI series. We've seen some wonderful game of cricket. We've seen records being made. The 250th match ODI played at this iconic Sharjah Cricket Stadium. We also saw Rashid Khan getting a 5-0 on his birthday, a 4 for Fazal Haq Farooqi, Aiden Markram among runs, and some stylish starts from both the players of the teams. Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar also taking 3 wickets all in the first match. Well, for today, we will be having the checkboard distributions to the players that played in today's game, and we'll also give you the player of the series. To start with, today, for his glorious 89 runs, and he smashed 4 sixes, it is Rahmanullah Gurbaz to please come and collect the checkboard of Afghani's 50,000 from Mr. Suhail Ahmed. Rahmanullah Gurbaz has been phenomenal throughout this series and played some beautiful shots today. And now, for the stylish player of the match to collect a check of Afghani's 50,000 for his very brilliant 31 of 15, at which he smashed 3 sixes. It is Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar to come and collect his checkboard from Mr. Mujib Amanzai. And for the game changer of the match today, we'll collect a check of 50,000 Afghanis for his brilliant knock of 69, beautifully constructed innings with 4 fours and 3 sixes. Aiden Markram to please collect his game changer checkboard from Mr. Ahmed Nasir. Well, there has been brilliant performances, as we said, in today's game, but with a lot of entertainment shown up front, and has for brilliant 89, it has finally been adjudicated that Rahmanullah Gurbaz will collect the player of the match checkboard first of 50,000 Afghanis from Mr. Ziaur Rahman Safi, and he will also collect the player of the match trophy from Qazi Hidayatullah Ghazi. And let's not let him go, because we have the player of the series for you for his brilliant 105 in 89, 194 runs with 17 fours, 7 sixes, Rahmanullah Gurbaz to come and collect the player of the series check of Afghani's 70,000 from Mr. Kifayatullah Nabi Khail. And he'll also collect the player of the series trophy from Mr. Naseeb Khan. And can we have a few words with you, Rahmanullah Gurbaz? Gurbaz, can we have you for the interview, please? I can see the excitement. Congratulations. Wonderful performance today and throughout this tournament. How does it feel to defeat South Africa and putting a brilliant performance and scoring the most hundreds as an Afghan for the Afghanistan cricket?
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Yeah, I think I feel really proud to perform against the quality bowlers, quality teams. It's always special feeling. But yeah, I just want to say congratulations to all the nation for the big series, for this big achievement. Yeah, very happy with the performance.
Well, you scored your 700, the first ever to have scored against South Africa for Afghanistan. How does it feel? How was that 100? How special was it?
That was really special, but honestly, I feel very disappointed with missing again 100. But yeah, always, like as I tell you, that feel very special to play against quality bowlers, quality team, and score against them. That's something very special. I think that was very good, good series for me and for our team. Looking forward to keep the same confidence, to go with the same confidence for the champion trophy as well.
Champions Trophy په هکله او د دې ګټې په هکله خلکو ته څه ویل غواړې؟
پښتو کې که نه اول خو ټولو ته مبارک وي او ډېره زیاته مننه ستاسو راتګ نه خوشحاله اوسئ آباد اوسئ دا سیریز زموږ دپاره ډېر زیات ضرور و او زموږ د کرکټ بورډ دغه مقصد و د دې سیریز نه چې موږ دوی سره لوبه وکړو او د چمپیون ټرافي دپاره ځان ریډي کړو نو واقعا موږ ته خپل ځان ښکاره شو چې موږ په یو ښه لیول کې یو او موږ پوره ریډي یو زموږ یو دوه سیریزونه نور هم را روان دي د چمپیون ټرافي نه مخکې نو انشاءالله کوشش به هم دا کوو چې د چمپیون ټرافي دپاره ښه تیار شو او هلته خیر لاسته راوړنې ولرو
ډېره مننه ښه بخت. Well, that was Rahmanullah Gurbaz, who promised to prepare even stronger, and this has been a good opportunity to prepare for the Champions Trophy. Now, may I call upon Timba Bavuma to please come up and let's have a few words. First of all, congratulations for consolation win. Moving into the series against Ireland, that should give a lot of confidence. How does it feel losing the series 2-1?
How does it feel losing the series? That's a question. I think on the game, quite happy with the performance. I think obviously as a team, we were under pressure to step up our skills. And I think that we do that, you know, started with the bowling, being able to take 10 wickets, and then being rather clinical with the bat. So yeah, quite happy with the performance. In terms of the series, obviously that's not what we would have planned for. I think in saying that, with the squad that we have, I think the guys will take a lot of experience and learnings from it, and I think we can only get better from here.
Well, absolutely. Taking 10 wickets today, you were electric in the field. Congratulations for finally winning the game today and winning it by a big margin, comprehensive win to finish with. So how do you put your performance, the way you tackled Ala Muhammad Ghazan for early on, and then how Aidan Markram closed it for South Africa?
Yeah, I think it was clinical with the bat. I mean, myself and Tony coming at the top, we knew that we had to take care of that first power play. Unfortunately, we lost both our wickets just before the end of the power play. But I think the guys who came in the middle handled it well. Looked like the ball skidded on a bit better tonight with the dew. So I guess it made it a bit easier. But look, the guys took care of it, and it's quite positive about that.
Well, I believe you have found the way in the UAE conditions. All the very best for the series against Ireland.
Yeah, thank you, man.
And now, may I call upon the winning captain, Hashmatullah Shahidi, that has won this series against South Africa 2-1, to please come and have a few words with us. But before that, may I ask you to please collect the checkboard from Kifayatullah Nabi Khail, a checkboard of Afghanis 300,000. And we can have a talk now. Well, many congratulations for this big win, securing a series against South Africa. Again, how does it feel, barring this match, the last two games you have performed brilliantly?
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Feeling very happy about the performance in this series, and overall it was a good series for us, and good learning also for upcoming tournament and upcoming games. So I'm happy with the performance of the whole team.
Well, you were able to bring a few changes today in the side, but how does it feel to be on the losing end today in the last match?
I would be more happy if we won this game, but at the same time we want to try some youngsters and make them build for the future, and that's what our aim was. And also we were looking for the win, but today in the game the runouts was the main reason that we were not finished on the top.
Well, moving forward, who are the prospects that Afghanistan can be looking forward to coming into the next matches that we will have, and particularly the Champions Trophy?
You're talking about players?
That's right. Who are the young players that we should be looking forward to?
I think we have a lot of youngsters who are capable to be here with us, and we are trying to give them chance when it's suitable for them. And I cannot mention the names now, but there are a lot.
All right, and finally, for your fans across the world and in Afghanistan particularly, some words in Pashto.
اول خو دغه کوم افغان مینوال چې دلته دوبۍ کې اوسېدل په دې ګرمي کې میدان ته راتلل او خپل اتلان یې نږدې نه تشویقول دوی نه ډېره زیاته مننه کوم او بیا هم ټولو هیوادوالو ته مبارکي وایم دغه ستر ویاړ او دغه سیریز ګټل او بیا هم دا وایم چې همیشه موږ ته دعاګانې کړي موږ هم تشویق کړي یو که کله ښه حالت راځي په لوبډلې او که کله بد حالت راځي په دواړه حالاتو کې خپل اتلان تشویق کوي او دعاګانې ورته کوي موږ هم خپل همت کو خپل خواري کو چې ان شاء الله آینده کې دنه نور ښه پرفارمنس ورکړو.
Thank you very much. You can now go and collect that winning team's trophy from Qazi Hidayatullah, Mr. Naseeb Khan and Mr. Kifayatullah Nabi Khail. Qazi Hidayatullah and Naseeb Khan and Kifayatullah Nabi Khail will hand you the winning trophy. Well, Hashmatullah Shahidi said that you keep coming and supporting us and we'll keep delivering. And that is it from the post-match presentation while the team goes and celebrate this big win against the top team, South Africa.
So, to the victors go the spoils. Afghanistan may have lost this evening by 7 wickets, but they have secured the victory in the series, courtesy of 2 convincing wins in matches 1 and 2. They won by 6 wickets on Wednesday and by 177 runs 2 days ago. Well, Hashmatullah Shahidi's smile says it all. And how about that as well? Ticker tape celebration. Mohammed Nabi's son is there at the front. Gulbuddin Naib, well, he tasted victory for Afghanistan way back in World Cricket League Division 5 against the likes of Jersey and Japan. And lo and behold, here he is now, 16 years later, securing a victory against South Africa. Gazanfor, well, what a prospect he is, and what a demon he will be with the ball if he stays fit.
It's raining gold.
Yes, celebrations all round. Yes, we're in the ticker tape parade. And of course, there have been so many heroes for Afghanistan over the course of this 3-match series. But one of them that we didn't touch upon before the presentation ceremony was Azmatullah Omarzai, who played that incredible innings in match 2. 86 not out from just 50 deliveries. We've seen him, he's been signed in the IPL as well and has made an impact there. We've seen him at international level have an impact as well. And he really is a terrific all-rounder and an all-rounder that Afghanistan can be proud of.
Yeah, he's a free-flowing batter, isn't he? When he gets going, he's really good on the eye. Loves that offside, gives himself a little bit of room and looks to open up. And he's such a clean striker and clean hitter of the ball. So he is a wonderful find. That 86 or 50 deliveries was exactly the potion that Afghanistan needed at that stage of that second one-day international. And he's brilliant with the ball as well. He gets the ball to skid through nicely. I think he's a fantastic find, and he's a real good all-rounder. And I'm sure we'll see him go from strength to strength at this international level. His confidence has got to be growing every time he performs like that, and particularly against some of the bigger sides. You know, when you keep producing and show your ability to dominate proceedings like he did, I think it's a real feather in his cap.
Now, Niall, in terms of the way Afghanistan have performed and the way they've won this series, should they be excited about what they've done? Because there are a lot of South African players who weren't here. Should they just keep a lid on things and say, do you know what, we've won, but we've still got work to do?
Oh, listen, I think you've got to enjoy your wins, because you know, around the next corner you're never quite sure what's going to happen. But for me, it's not a surprise they've won this series. I think most of us deep down, when you were doing your research before the series started, knowing that South Africa were missing probably half their starting 11, that Afghanistan were probably favourites for this series. So the fact they've won 2-1, they should be happy. I think Jonathan Trott and the captain and some of the players think probably missed the trick maybe to win 3-0, which would have even sent out a bigger statement to the world stage. But take nothing away from a series win. Any series win is hard fought, and they've outplayed South Africa in the series. And You know, they go on to the next series. They've got some Bangladesh coming up, and they've got some cricket against Zimbabwe. And just keep the momentum, keep the good energy, keep the good vibe, and keep that all-important good form going if you're in good touch.
I think the key to me too is we said before the series is they've definitely got quality, they've got wonderful players, and they've got the ability to beat anyone. They've shown on their day. But I think the issue was the consistency. Could you back it up? And after that first one-day international, we thought, okay, South Africa will have a rethink. They'll come out stronger and they'll look to even the series. What did Afghanistan do? They won the toss and they posted plus 300. What was it, 311 that they posted in that second one, which is backing up that performance from the day before. And they're just going to have to do more and more of that as their careers go on. But the confidence is growing. Everyone's starting to believe. You know, you always had Rashid Khan. I'm sure we'll touch on him just now. I mean, he's brilliant and we know what he can do. Nabi's been around and Gurbaz has started to really hit the ground running. But I think the key is that everyone in that team's starting to think, hey, actually, I'm good enough to dictate terms at this level. And once you've got 5, 6, maybe even down to 10 players who believe that they can do a massive job at this level, that's when they're going to start becoming even a more important unit to be worried about. But Rashid Khan is normally Mr. MVP, and with half a hamstring, he showed the reason why.
Well, let's also reflect upon the fact that Rashid Khan is his pitch map from match 2, and once again he always aims at the stumps. But let's also reflect upon the fact that, you know, they've had about 7 or 8 players who've made real standout contributions throughout this series, and one of them, of course, is Nangiala Karote, the left-arm spinner. Rashid Khan got 5 wickets there that we've just seen, but let's not forget his forfeit in the second match as well.
Yeah, a very handy bowler. We saw him in March. He's so accurate, and I think as a finger spinner in this day and age, if you haven't got the variations or googly or douches, you have to be so accurate. These pitches do suit him as well, Brian, when they're a bit slow and they're a little bit low, and he undercuts a lot of the balls, so he's always at the stumps. And I said it after the second game, when you've got Rashid Khan bowling the other end, as a batter, as an ex-batter, if you've got Rashid Khan one end and Karote at the other, you have to take a bit of a punt against Karote because it's so difficult at the other end. So that's the yin and the yang. That's what it's all about, relationships, partnerships with ball in hand. He had it for a long time with the likes of Alan Donald, etc. And now Karote is getting that kind of assistance and rubbing shoulders with Rashid Khan.
I think also what we must point out is, you know, in the past, maybe 5 years ago, you'd maybe know of 3 Afghanistan players. From the way they played in the leagues, Rashid Khan, Nabi, they'd be performing. Now you've got the squad that's here, but there's still other guys. You go around, I mean, in the SA20, we've had, was it Waka Salam Keel and Nur Ahmed. They've all rocked up. They're not in the squad. And they make some of the batters in South Africa look silly with their variations that they've got. So they're growing in depth too, and that's the worrying things for team around the world, is that, you know, you think, oh, Rashid's not playing. Well, it doesn't matter. They've got someone else who step into his shoes, and when decides to, he's had enough of cricket. You know, by that stage, there's probably going to be 5 or 6 guys who bowl very similar to him, and they're starting to produce. They're starting to learn the basics. They're going from strength to strength. So they're a quality side.
Well, it certainly has been very impressive from Afghanistan in this series. A series which has seen 3 matches played over the course of 5 days. And those 3 matches, well, first of all, a convincing win for Afghanistan after South Africa were bowled out for just 106. And then subsequent to that, an even more convincing win for Afghanistan by 177 runs when they made 311 for 4 after batting first. That was on Friday. It was, well, a little bit disappointing from Afghanistan's perspective today, but you have to give credit for South Africa as well. They came back and played extremely well. So, thank you very much, Sean. Thank you very much, Niall. It's been a pleasure to have you with us for the course of these 3 matches.
What I'd say is, once we've got a win, bring on the Irish. South Africa's ready for the Irish. Come on.
Here we go.
Bring him on.
Here we go. Piping up now.
Well, that's the next cricket we've got coming up here in the UAE at the end of next week, or the end of this
off to Abu Dhabi, or you staying?
I'm going to New York and I'm coming back to Abu Dhabi, yeah.
Have fun.
Thanks for everything. See you in Abu Dhabi, yeah?
Yeah, I'll be there. The other guys are going home. I'm the only one going. I'll be doing like the analysis stuff for you guys. So if you need anything, just
Hello. Well, we'll see you on Friday.
Travel safely.
Yes.
Enjoy the States.
I hope it doesn't crash.
Get some sleep on the flight, eh?
Yes, I will do.
Take care, mate. Thanks for everything.
Cheers, yeah. No, you don't start in Vision. You start with the locator, and I waffle, and then you come in Vision, and then I send it on its way. Come on, guys. Come on. This is the third time we've done this thing, eh? I'm going to go on air now, yeah. Now. I'm recording.
I was supposed to take one selfie.
Okay, take a selfie quickly.
My all-time.
Which camera am I working to?
Oh my God, I can see one lighting there. Yeah, this is a good position, I think.
Okay.
No. Thank you.
Cool.
Is it okay?
Okay, quickly, I've got it to record.
Very good. Thank you. 1 second for me also. You are legend. I always admire you.
Sure.
Thank you. ऊपर से खींचिए और पीछे जाइए थोड़ा पीछे जाइए. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
sir. Thank you.
We do the toss first, right? The toss, and then we go to the pitch, and then we go from the pitch. No, man, we do the toss. So then the toss decide to bowl first. Let's go look at the surface they're going to play on, and let's have a look at the teams. Which one am I working to, here or there? Yeah, this one. Okay. Okay, so locator. Yes. That's fine. Yes. Who was there? 4 guys they left out? Hassan, Rashid, Faruqi. Who was the 4th? Oh, was that only 3? Okay. So, yeah, Peter Choir. Yeah. No, that's fine. Okay. Is this cord is not sticky, no? The cord's fine? I'm going to be working for about 5 minutes. You want something quickly?
Yeah, please.
Okay, quickly. Quickly. You doing right?
I still recall that Adelaide Oval.
Okay, yes.
7/87, it's a pleasure, man.
Okay, quickly, take. Come stand. Yeah, jump in both. You don't want a picture?
I wanted alone.
You want to remember? Thank you. Thank you. With my brother as well.
You don't need to come in Vision. Yeah. Did you say it's the only thing or the Sony thing? Okay, we got it. Okay, we're ready. Hello everybody and welcome to the third one-day international highlights. The highlights between Afghanistan and... start again. No. I got blown by the... I normally says the highlights of it, and I saw the highlights at the back end. I was reading it instead of just going with what I was supposed to. Okay, go. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the highlights of the third one-day international between Afghanistan and South Africa. It's the Etisalat Cup, powered by Super Cola, and we're coming to you from the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Afghanistan 2-0 up in the series. We head out to the pitch to have a look which one they're going to use. Well, it's the same one that they used for the second encounter, where they managed to put 311 on the board and beat South Africa comfortably. I think it was about 177 runs. It had obviously been rolled a little bit, put a little bit of moisture put onto it. But in general, I still think it was going to play similar to that. So whoever was going to win the toss would probably decide to have a bat first. The coin went up, and it was Afghanistan that won the toss. Bemba Bavuma not getting the right call. And no surprise that after winning the toss, they decided that they would have a bat once again after where they went in the second one-day international. As far as the teams go, well, there were some changes. Hassan and Rashid Khan and Faruqi were arrested for this encounter, and it gave an opportunity for, at the top of the order, for Malik to make his debut, and then Farid Malik coming in as the fast bowler option in the middle as well. So they've been really good, and they were obviously going to try and put South Africa under pressure. South Africa just making the one change. Nandre Burger was out, and they decided to go with the option of Andile Pethakwaya. So only one really recognised fast bowler in that equation, and then obviously going to rely on the spinners in the middle overs to see what they could possibly do. So South Africa were fighting for pride. Afghanistan were trying to make a clean sweep of the series. Let's up to the commentary box, where we've got Nala Brown and Vernon Philander. Okay, happy? So next you show me backing card, bowling card, and then South Africa to chase. So I'll just announce it though, hey? But you won't see me. Our division, okay. Well, after the heights of the second one-day international, Afghanistan unable to reach the similar milestones with regards to just being bowled out for 169. Gurbaz was still brilliant for his 89 of 94 deliveries. He was immensely disappointed that he got out without getting to a three-figure score once again in consecutive matches. But Ghazanfar, with his 31 of 15, showed his capability. His best score in List A cricket before this was just 6, and he really did show some firepower at the back end there to get 31 of 15 and make sure that Afghanistan could post something that they could maybe defend in 169. Lungi Ngidi was brilliant with his bowling, 2 for 22. He had a run out up front in that initial power play and really set the tone. Fontaine has built on his performances throughout the series so far. Mulder was put to the sword a little bit in his 2 overs, but the key was Markram, Kaba Peter and Pethakwaya in particular, who got the wicket of Gurbaz, who stepped up in those middle overs and allowed South Africa to bowl Afghanistan out for 169. So 170 required by South Africa in their 50 overs. Nothing to worry about from a run rate perspective, but could they put the partnerships together and build something to get over the line? Cool. How do you want me to throw it? Because I'm obviously not throwing to the promotion, so how do you want me to just do it? Hope you've enjoyed the coverage of this 3-match series. Yeah. Good night and goodbye. Yes. Yeah. No problem. And as we thought, 169 didn't prove to be challenging enough. A decent start from South Africa. De Zorzi and Bavuma put on an initial partnership. Hendricks went for 18, and then it was Aidan Markram who shouldered the responsibility of the run chase. He made sure he got to 69 of 67, and it was there to anchor in a partnership with Tristan Stubbs to take South Africa over the line, winning comfortably with 17 overs to spare. Bowling-wise, Zadran, he ran in and tried to bowl as best he could. Gazamfa was impressive again at the top of the order, but the pick of the bowlers for me was actually Nabi. He bowled with wonderful control, and only for a late flurry of sixes from Aidan Markram did his figures look like 8 overs, 1 for 37. Faid Malik was too good, and so was Karoti. But in the end of the day, the 169 was never going to be enough to challenge the South Africans, and they win the game comfortably, 170 for 3. South Africa win by 7 wickets. But an historic victory in the series. Afghanistan won the first 2 matches, so they had that secured, even with the loss here today in the third one-day international. And it was time to be the champions and the celebrations to begin. A massive moment in the history of Afghanistan cricket, beating the likes of a big cricketing nation like South Africa for the first time. We hope you enjoyed our coverage, and from us here in Sharjah Cricket Stadium, it's good night and goodbye.
The day, the third one-day international in this series, the Etisalat Cup.
Catch it. Catch it. Yeah!